So, I guess the wildest thing that I've ever experienced happened last year, and I still don't know how to explain it without sounding like I'm making it up. But here it goes. So, it started with these little things going missing. I live alone in a pretty quiet neighborhood, so I figured that I was just forgetful at first. A protein bar here, a sock there, whatever, right? But then my TV would be on different inputs than when I left. Nothing huge, but just enough to make me second guess myself. The weirdest thing though was that I'd hear these faint bumps in the ceiling sometimes. I chalked it up to raccoons or whatever. My house is old, stuff creaks, but then one night I came home late from work and I could have sworn that I saw a shadow move past the vent opening in the hallway ceiling. I told myself that I was just tired, imagination, but I still couldn't shake the feeling. So I set up one of those cheap motion sensor cameras that I bought off Amazon, pointed it straight at the attic access panel in the hallway. 2 nights later, I got a notification at 2:17 a.m., motion detected. I opened the clip, and instantly, my stomach dropped. There was a person climbing down from the attic, like full-on quietly stepping down the ladder, looking around and heading into my kitchen. I instantly froze. I was in this house at that time that clip was taken too. Well, as you can imagine, I called the cops immediately, locked myself in my room with a bat, freaking out while they did the full sweep. They found no one at first, but when they checked the attic, there was a little setup up there, a sleeping bag, some snacks, a small camping stove, empty water bottles. Someone had clearly been living up there. The person was my neighbor's grown son, who apparently had some drug issues and got kicked out a while back. He broke in when I was on vacation a few months earlier, and just, well, never left. He'd sneak down at night to grab food or watch TV, and he got arrested. I moved out 3 weeks later, and I still have trouble sleeping in total silence because now every creak makes me think that someone's crawling around above me. This is a story about an old barn that my dad was thinking about buying one time. The location was up in northeastern Montana. The barn had been a part of an old ranch at one time, but the rest of the homestead had been destroyed or otherwise dismantled. So the barn was really the only building left standing on a nice flat piece of ground, perfect for renovation for an indoor workspace, storage, vehicles, or gear or something like that. Anyway, I went up with my dad when we went to walk through the place and take a look at the interior, and it was immaculate inside. The barn had 4 or 5 center stanchions about 10 feet apart down the middle of the barn from the floor to the roof. The place was quite sturdy because of this as well. The owner of the land had cleaned this barn up and kept it pretty nice inside for his personal use, and had put down a layer of gravel inside the barn over the original dirt floor in order to keep dust to a minimum. Dad had bought one of those wind-up cameras from the store where you could sort of wind the wheel and snap like 15 photos or something, and have the photos developed at Walmart. So Dad took a bunch of photos of the interior and the exterior of the barn so that he could show Mum the building once he got them developed. He got the photos back from Walmart about a week later, brought them home, and we looked through them as a family around the supper table that night in our kitchen. All the photos were normal, except for one. It was of the interior, taken from the inside, the front door, a few paces in, I would guess. And in this particular photo, the barn was a complete mess. Nothing like it had been when we were there. Just hay everywhere, falling from the hayloft, and no gravel covering the dirt floor or anything. When we pulled this photo out from the stack, we were kind of confused and thought that maybe we had gotten somebody else's photo in our group of photos. but it was clearly the same barn. The thing that stood out to our family about this photo of the interior of this barn was on the first center stanchion there was a silhouette of a man, but with no head, and footprints on the dirt floor leading in, but not out of the barn, stopping at the first stanchion. Dad and I went back up to northeastern Montana later that year in the fall to do some hunting, so we went and spoke to the guy who owned this barn, showed him our photos, and then the weird photo as well. When we showed him that photo, his face immediately went pale white, and the look in his eyes was one that I had never seen in another person. He told us that his grandpa had been murdered when he was a small kid, but his parents never told him about what happened, and the murder was never solved. Needless to say, Dad never bought the barn, and the owner, he had it torn down the next year. And it is definitely one of the spookiest things that I've ever been a part of in my life. This incident took place about 19 years ago. I was 16 when it happened, and I was living with my dad, just us. So fast forward 3 years, my dad and I were sitting in our freestanding garage smoking cigarettes and just shooting the breeze. We started exchanging stories, and he came at me with one that I had no recollection of, and I mean zero. While he was telling me the story, I actually thought that it was about someone else because I honestly didn't have access to the memory at the time. Here's what my dad said. So, remember when I was sitting in the living room around 8 p.m. watching TV and all of a sudden I started hearing screaming? I mean like screaming, top of your lungs type stuff. I jumped up off the couch as fast as I could, sprinted down the hall to your bedroom. I then said to my dad, "Wait, what? I was the one screaming." "Yeah, how do you not remember that?" "Well, was this like when I was really young or something?" "No, it was maybe about 3 years ago." I then think to myself that this is kind of freaky. I mean, it's freaking me out to be honest because I had no idea what he was even talking about at this point. So I ask him, "Well, what happened?" "Well, I ran down the hall as fast as I could because I thought that something was seriously wrong. The weirdest part was when I tried to open the door, I physically could not turn the doorknob, no matter how hard I tried, like somebody was holding it from the other side. After about 10 to 15 seconds, I was finally able to open the door. I went in and I turned the light on, and you were standing on your bed, leaning into the corner of your room, just screaming with a horrified look on your face. After a few seconds, you seemed to snap out of it and realize that it was just us and you were okay." "What did I tell you happened?" "Oh, you said that there were all these things in your room with you." It was at this point when the memory vividly came back to me and my eyes watered instantly. On my end of the story, I was sleeping and I woke up to all of these tall figures around my bed. I would say that they were at least 6 feet tall, black robes with hoods pulled over their heads, and just blackness inside the hood. I don't recall seeing any distinct faces, but they were shoulder to shoulder, literally standing around my bed. Now, the way my bed was laid out, my bed was in the opposite corner of the room as the door, which meant that they lined up around 2 sides of the bed. I instantly stood up and backed into the corner of the room on my bed, and I realized that there were more behind them. I would have to guess that there were at least 20 in the room. Mind you, the room was about 10 foot by 12 foot, and so it felt like the room was completely full. I screamed for my dad to help me, and it felt like an eternity before my door opened. They never did touch me, but they gave off the worst vibes that you can imagine. Back to the doorknob. It was a standard doorknob, a cylinder shape that tapers in. The knob didn't have any locking mechanism on it at all and was not faulty in any way. This has never before or since been a problem, not being able to open the door, that is. But when my dad tried that night, something, for some reason, caused him to be unable to turn it open for at least 10 seconds. And that is the part that just really doesn't sit right with me to this day. So, if you can debunk this or give any insight, then I would love to hear it. This goes back about 22 years. It's about my aunt's ex-husband. Back then, they lived near a well-known holiday spot somewhere in the mountains of India. He used to own a small shop in the town, and their house was further up along a steep road in the hills. Now one night, pretty late, around 12:30 a.m., he was heading back home from work on his scooter when the tire got punctured. Since it wasn't too far and he knew the road well, he decided to walk the rest of the way. The path was steep, no streetlights at all, but he was used to it. And while walking, he suddenly felt the temperature drop. Everything went quiet, and he got this weird sense, like something was off. A few minutes later, he hears this soft cycle bell ringing behind him. He turns around to check, and no one's there. Nothing, in fact. When he turns back, there's this man, though, walking beside him. Someone who looked familiar, but he just couldn't place who it was. Even the voice sounded like someone that he knew, but he just couldn't figure it out. They kept walking together, and this guy was acting a bit strange, speaking in a low tone, kind of gulping his words. He kept asking for a cigarette again and again. Now, the ex-husband used to smoke, but for some reason he just didn't want to give him one. Something felt off about him. Then, suddenly, the guy puts his hand on his shoulder, like they're walking together as close friends. But it felt heavy, and he didn't say anything at first. They were almost near his house when he heard that cycle bell again. This time he turned quickly, but again, nothing behind. And when he turned back to the front, the guy was gone. But here's the creepy part. Even though the man had disappeared, he could still feel that heavy pressure on his shoulder, like someone's hand was still there. Freaked out, he ran the rest of the way home. My grandmother was waiting for him, and she said that he looked pale and was sweating like crazy, and apparently he just went straight to sleep without saying much. The next morning, he got up and went to take a hot shower, but the second the hot shower touched his back, he yelled. His shoulder was absolutely burning. He looked in the mirror and saw what looked like claw marks and scratches all over that shoulder, like something had actually dug into his skin. The locals believe that spirits or negative energy sometimes appear using familiar faces or voices. They try to trick you by asking for things like cigarettes or alcohol, stuff considered vices. Apparently, if you give it to them, they purposely drop it and ask you to pick it up, and that is when they strike. Either they try to possess you or they try to harm you. Another crazy detail, too, is that the place where the man vanished, well, it's just a few steps ahead and there's a small temple there. Locals believe that it's protected by a strong goddess. I can only guess that that's probably why the spirit disappeared right there. And even now, all these years later, he still has those faint scratch marks on his shoulder. This happened to me during that strange time between the first and the second COVID lockdowns. Back then, my dad was working as a manager at a banquet hall. As soon as the restrictions lifted, people rushed to get their weddings and engagements done, so he got insanely busy at the time. He used to come home really late, around 2 a.m., and leave again by 6 in the morning. Barely any rest, but one day he casually said, "Thanks for pressing my legs last night. I really needed that." me and my mother just looked at each other because we hadn't done anything. I mean, we were out cold the entire night. He just smiled to himself, though, and said, "Must have been my dad then." You see, he lost his father when he was really young, and he loved him deeply. He genuinely believed it was his dad looking out for him as well from the afterlife, helping him during those stressful days. This kept happening, night after night. He'd mention a feeling of a presence, a pressure on his legs, or bed shifting gently like somebody was there. But then came the night that made things unsettling. He got home super late and I was still awake, just gaming. He walked in, saw me, and just sort of lost it. "Why are you still up? You've got class tomorrow." We argued, just atypical heated back and forth, and after that we both sort of stormed off to our rooms. Now, the layout of our house was simple. Living room in the middle, my room to the left, my parents' room to the right, and if either of us stood at our door, we could see the other across the hall. I went back into my room, but I didn't sleep. I was still irritated. So instead, I just got back into gaming. Around 3:30 a.m., though, I heard the bed in my parents' room creak, then heavy footsteps coming toward my room. I panicked a bit. I quickly got under my blanket, pretending to be asleep. The footsteps, they came closer, and then they stopped, right beside my bed. I held my breath a little bit, but I could hear it. Slow, heavy breathing right next to me. It didn't leave for 15, maybe 20 minutes, and I just sort of laid there frozen. Eventually, the footsteps walked away, no creaking this time, and just silence. I must have dozed off after that, still wrapped up in fear. But the next morning I woke up to a burning sensation on my shoulder. I checked and there was this cut, a clean 2-inch long cut across my shoulder. No sharp objects nearby, my nails were trimmed, and really, just no explanation. When I told my dad, he didn't seem surprised. He just calmly said, "That's my dad warning you, telling you not to give me a hard time." Well, I completely freaked. Other weird stuff started happening after that too. Shadows, sounds, that same heavy breathing feeling, and it just got too much. And so we eventually decided to move out. Now it's April 25th and my dad passed away this January. And all I can hope is that he finally met his dad again, that they're together now, wherever they are, and that his soul is finally at peace. This was about 5 years ago when I was 11. I remember I was on my way home from school. It was a little late because my train had gotten delayed about 2 times, but that didn't bother me. I remember that it was a Friday and really I had nothing to do anyway. As I got home, I received a text from my angry mother. I had no clue why she was so mad, but she was texting me some crazy nonsense and somehow put the blame on me and proceeded to end the text with, "I'm not cooking, I left $70 on your desk, go buy something to eat and drink." So that's exactly what I did. By the time that I had gotten home, I changed my clothes, went outside and walked to a gas station, which was only about maybe a quarter of a mile away from me. I've always walked to this gas station either by myself, with my older brother, or with another guardian. So honestly, I thought that it would be no big deal to go by myself because I was always so hyper-vigilant about my surroundings anyway. Anyway, as I got to the store, I saw this man inside the walk-in fridge where there was just a ton of beer. And as I was walking around the store to get some snacks, I noticed him staring at me a couple of times. It felt like I needed to be aware, but I brushed it off, just thinking that he was just making sure that I wasn't doing anything stupid. As I was paying off for the stuff at the counter, after being there for about 30 minutes, the same man is standing next to me, and it was at this point that I got scared. This man was tall, he looked a bit muscular, and his eyes were visibly dark. I know some people read hot romance novels, but when a man's eyes go dark, it's not attractive, it's terrifying. As my stuff was getting put into the bag and as the pizza was done, I picked up my pizza and I left. But then the man decides to have a conversation with me. He greets me with a hello. I greet him with a very clear, scared and shaky hi. He started asking me questions like, "How old are you?" I replied back with my age, stating that I was 11. I try walking home around the other way around, but he keeps stopping me in my tracks, and as I was just thinking of all the terrible possibilities if I screamed, ran, or let alone hit him with my bare hands to have him leave me alone, as I stated my age, I noticed his eyes widen even more, and he proceeded to look me up and down, where he asked, "Are you by any chance healthy?" And he asked me some other odd questions, telling me things like, "What alcohol do you like?" I stayed quiet and I just told him that I don't drink. And he started asking me more alarming questions like, "Did you know that you can live without a kidney?" At this point, I had to play dumb for a bit. I replied with something stupid like, "No, that's nice actually." It got to the point where he started asking if he could give me a ride home, and I declined his offer more than 20 times. Until finally, he gave up, left me alone, all agitated, and I sped walked home. It wasn't until the following next year that I saw him again at the mall, and man, I was terrified. I refused to go to that mall because I don't ever want to bump into that guy ever again. There was something off about him, something really off. Even though this was almost 10 years ago now, I've never been able to get this out of my head, so I thought that I would post it here. So I was about 11 or 12 years old, living in an apartment with my mum. Right across from our apartment was a very creepy neighbor. I could write whole books about all the creepy, wild, and downright insane things that he said and did throughout the 2 years that he was our neighbor. But this was something that always stuck with me more than anything else. You see, my mum and this neighbor were having a casual conversation with each other, with my mum's goal being to try to find some common ground with him and clear up any misunderstandings or miscommunications that may have led to him to dislike us so much, as he had a pretty blatant feeling of disdain toward us, that much was clear. But evidently something went wrong during this conversation, as my mum suddenly came stomping into our apartment, loudly shutting and locking the door. She was visibly upset and shaken, so I asked what was wrong. Her voice trembling, she said that our neighbor said this, completely unprompted. He said, "You know, if I were you, I'd keep your daughter away from guys like me." Now, while I will never know exactly what he meant by this, my mind definitely had plenty of ideas of what he actually meant. At the very least, it felt like a thinly veiled threat. And the worst part was that I was often home alone, as I did online school while my mum went to work. So from then on, I never felt safe when I was home alone, as my imagination ran wild on what he might end up doing to me. Now, I never thought that I would say this kind of thing, and I feel kind of guilty about it, but thankfully he ended up dying before he ever did follow through on his creepy comment. Also, before anyone asks, my mum only told me about this because she wanted to warn me to stay the heck away from this guy, and to never do anything like keep the door unlocked or anything like that. And I can tell you that she didn't have to tell me twice. So quite honestly, I really don't even know what to call this, what I saw or what it was. I really want to believe that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I was around 7 when this happened. I'm from a South Asian island nation, and personally I still don't like to believe in anything that I cannot physically see or explain. So when I was about 6, we had to move to this old estate house surrounded by a rubber tree plantation. Money was tight and my dad worked out of town. The place was definitely a little bit creepy. Isolated, gloomy, tall rubber trees blocking the sun, but to me it was just home. It didn't feel scary, at least not at first. Now, during monsoon season, the storms here can get pretty intense, and power outages were super common. One of these days, the power went out again. My mum turned on our emergency flashlight and lit a few candles around the house, mostly in the living room and her bedroom. Me and my sister were hanging out in my mum's room, staying out of the dark, just playing around. I got bored and I decided to grab one of our car magazines from my room. My mum used to buy me these all the time, and I didn't bother taking a candle or a flashlight or anything. I knew the house well enough, and the moonlight coming through the trees gave just enough visibility. I went into my room, picked up the magazine, and for some reason I looked out the window, and that was when I saw it. 2 glowing red eyes. Not just glowing, but they looked like shiny glass marbles, deep red, unmoving and just staring. They were only a few feet away from the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was like I was frozen. I didn't see any other features, just the eyes, and suddenly they rushed toward the window. Fast, too. Like inhumanely fast. That snapped me out of it quickly. I ran screaming to my mum's room, completely freaked out. I couldn't speak properly for about 10 to 20 minutes. I tried to tell my mother and sister what I saw, but they didn't believe me. Said that I must have seen an animal or was just imagining things. Eventually, the whole memory sort of faded away, and I just kind of pushed it into the back of my mind, I guess. Until recently. So, a few weeks ago, I'm 27 now, by the way, I went to visit my dad at his place. It's the family home, old as heck, like over 100 years old, big and kind of beautiful, but honestly a little bit creepy. My aunt came over too, just to hang out since I hadn't seen her for a while. We ended up having a little barbecue in the evening, had a couple of beers, and started reminiscing a bit. Somehow the topic shifted to creepy stuff. I casually told them the house always gave me the creeps. My dad brushed it off like, come on, it's just old. But then he randomly mentioned how he saw something with glowing red eyes when he was around 7. Same thing, pitch dark night, windy, and he saw this black figure with red eyes watching him. Said that it rushed up close just like that. And I swear I almost had a panic attack when I heard this. It was exactly what happened to me, word for word almost, and I never told him about it. My mum never told him either. So I told him. The room suddenly went silent, and then my aunt, she just sat there for a second and said, wait, Dad told me he saw something like that when he was a kid too. My grandfather apparently had a similar experience when he was around the same age as well, about 7-ish, same red eyes, same kind of encounter. None of us had ever talked about it before, and we didn't even know that we had each seen it. After that, we just kind of sat there in silence, all 3 of us agreeing to just chalk it up to our imagination. But I swear I could see it in their eyes. They were scared, like they knew that it was real, even if they didn't want to say it. But here's the weird part. Whatever it was, it never hurt any of us. It never tried to. It just showed itself, watched, and then disappeared. Almost like it just wanted to be seen. I still don't know what it was. I want to believe that it was just a hallucination or whatever, but now I'm honestly not so sure anymore. My wife and I were hiking on a particular trail at a nature preserve with our dog one day. We came across some people walking as well, almost like a family, I guess, but they seemed a bit, I don't know, off to me. But they were friendly enough, I guess. They asked what kind of dog we had and how old he was, etc. We answered politely and tried to go our own way, but they tried to keep the conversation going. We politely continued until we eventually made our way toward the trail. About 3 minutes later, my wife and I were quiet, and she said to me, "Where did they come from? I didn't hear anyone behind us or ahead of us." So, to backtrack a bit here, this particular part of the trail bottlenecks, so you can see if anyone is coming from a good distance. Funny enough, she said, "Do you feel weird? Like someone's watching us, or like were looking at us strangely or something?" I didn't say anything for a minute, and she asked, "Did you hear what I said?" I said, "Yeah, I did." "How did you know that?" She stopped, looked at me and said, "I felt the same thing." The hair stood on the back of my neck. All the while, our dog was walking very slowly with his head down, almost as if he sensed a predator but didn't know where it was coming from and was moving cautiously. We continued back to our car at a steady pace, and eventually we left. We come to find out that there have actually been several cases of people over the years living in those woods and showing up randomly on the side of the roads in the middle of the night, trying to stop cars for God knows what. The woods outside the trails are extremely dense and dangerous to traverse unless you have to and are a professional. Not many weird things have happened to me, and I don't easily scare, but I have never been back there. I feel like they were watching us, and they came out to test our reaction. I'm a pretty big dude, and I can handle myself pretty well, but it always stuck with me, this one. We could just sense that predators were watching us. I remember when my family freshly moved to our house about 12 to 13 years ago. Before we moved in, we went and looked at the house. We had just looked in the daylight basement, which was carpeted. It had a bedroom, a bathroom, a storage closet, and another connected closet that held the water heater. The bedroom had a closet which had 3 huge mirrors as doors. In the closet was a small door that connected to the water heater closet. Anyway, on our way back upstairs from touring, in the basement, my sister locked me in there, which had child lock hinges on the top and the bottom of the staircase door. They were on the outside, like they were either trying to keep a child from going down there, which made no sense for the bottom child lock hinge, but made the most sense for them, or like they were trying to keep something or someone downstairs. Either or, though, I got the most eerie vibe from this basement, like I wasn't alone in this completely empty space. Well, eventually, when we first moved in, my siblings and I kept finding bones just all over the property. The weird part about this was that whenever we found a bone, there was always a golf ball nearby. I remember finding one with carvings in it too, in another language hanging on one of our fences. My dad wrote them off as animal bones any time that we found one, and eventually threw them all away. We found clothes in plastic bags around the property too that were mainly female clothes or male boxers, and those were thrown away too. There were a couple of nooses hanging loosely in a tree as well. Those were taken down and used for cattle. The tree was eventually cut down too. Anyway, a few years went by and a lot had happened. These are all things that my siblings and I experienced at this house. So I remember when I shared that basement room with my siblings, my bed was positioned in front of the closet doors at one stage. I had woken up but not moved yet, and there was a man crouched in front of me, just moving his head back and forth super fast, so I couldn't make out his face very well. I closed my eyes and he disappeared. After that, we would constantly hear footsteps going up and down the stairs at all hours of the day. I saw a man about the same stature as my dad go down the stairs, so I followed him. I believed I needed to ask him a question or something, and that's why, but the man I followed down the stairs had turned the corner to go into the back bedroom in the basement, and once I got to the corner, he just disappeared. No one was down there but me. My sibling had experienced this same thing too. It didn't stop there though. My little sister was cleaning the living room in the basement one day and was getting an eerie vibe from the back bedroom. So she went over and closed the bathroom door and the bedroom door. Once she walked back down the hall, she started cleaning up again when she noticed a few moments later the bedroom door had opened again. She immediately went right back upstairs, and that room eventually became my older sibling's room. And I remember one day she had mentioned that she was laying in bed and had just woken up to something opening her door. She claimed that she watched the handle turn and the door slowly open, but nothing was there. A few nights went by and all of my siblings and I were hanging out with her in her room when we heard a knock on the wall. Mind you, this wall was concrete and on the other side of this was a hill. So she knocked on the wall and whatever it was knocked back. It was the tune of Skunk in a Barnyard, if you've ever heard that. But after that, the room was then turned into my little sister's room. I went into the basement bedroom to tuck my little sister into bed for the night. I had tucked my little sister in on the lower bunk bed and gave her a kiss on the cheek goodnight. As I went up the ladder to give my older sister a kiss and tuck her in, that's when I saw both of them, up on her bed, sound asleep. I felt my stomach twist. As I went back down, I noticed the bottom bed was now empty. I immediately left the room. My dad eventually made a wall in the basement living room, splitting it into a bedroom and a living room. The bedroom portion was used as a playroom for a hot minute, and one of my older sisters had walked in there and saw my little sister playing with her toys, only to later realize that it wasn't my little sister in the room at all. The doors we would hear constantly opening and closing when no one was down there, the stairs were stepped on when nobody was there, and eventually my dad tore down the wall that he built, and after a few years, no one ever stayed in that basement. We also used to see ghost cars or people walk down into the field and just disappear without a trace. But we used to see a man walking his dog down in the field and just disappear all the time. Mind you, these happened over many years, and it wasn't all at once, obviously, but yeah, it all happened and it was all very frightening. Eventually, most of the basement was renovated due to water damage. When my parents pulled up the carpet in the back bedroom, there was a clearly poorly done job of re-poured concrete about maybe 5 or 6 feet long and a couple of feet wide. It was very rough compared to the original concrete, but once that basement was renovated, the weird activity basically just diminished. All they did was take the carpet out and 2 of the mirror doors on the closet, and so really that doesn't make much sense to me, but not to mention that I've looked up this house address many times to see if anything had happened there, and to no avail. I couldn't find anything on the house or the property either, so I have no clue what any of the sinister activity was really about, and I guess it's just going to remain a mystery. Also, my dad never believed my siblings and I about these experiences, and To this day, when we bring it up, he just sort of shrugs it off. He doesn't even remember the bones, the nooses, or the clothes that were thrown away all the time, but yeah, that's my dad for you, and that's just how he is. I'm sure that there's a lot more that I cannot remember, and no, I don't think anyone necessarily died here, because I'm sure that there would be a record of that somewhere, but I do believe that maybe someone was doing something sinister in the house, like maybe witchcraft, or something was conjured up in the basement or something. Also, the concrete difference is more than likely nothing at all, but a badly done repair job, but I thought that I would mention it because, honestly, who knows? So this was like a decade or so ago, but I've always wanted to know what this thing is. When I was 13, I was practicing a dance for my mum. I had a competition coming up and I was a younger member on the team. I didn't want to mess it up for anyone, so I made her watch me practice. Anyway, I was in the living room which faced our backyard. We had a couple of windows that displayed the backyard in eyesight of where we were. And as I was doing this dance, I bent down, and when I popped back up, I saw a woman with dark hair and a white dress. She was really dirty as well. The dress was sleeveless and her skin was so white or grey. Around her eyes was all black, as if she'd applied black eyeshadow all around them. You couldn't see her eyes, as they were also black and blended into the black ring around them. Her teeth looked sharp. All of her teeth looked sharp. She was just staring at me. I froze. I stared at her for what felt like a minute until my mum said, "What is it? What are you looking at?" She was panicked because obviously I just stopped all of a sudden and was just staring past her. Once she pulled my attention away from the woman, she was gone. I told my mum that I saw someone. She ran out into the backyard. She's not surviving a horror movie, by the way. And nobody was there. There weren't any signs of someone standing outside that window. There's a little garden right below it. It'd be very easy to tell if someone had been standing there, but there was nothing. She came back in and said that there was nothing there. She believes that I saw something, though, because she says that I went pale and was just sort of staring at the window. I'll add too that my house was between two cemeteries. The block our house was on was one street down both directions from the cemeteries. When my mum and dad first moved into it, she swears that there were ghosts there as well. She would hear whistling often, but nobody else was home. It unnerved her so badly that she had people come look at the house and cleanse it. But I don't know much about that. Every now and then, one of us would sort of catch a glimpse of a shadow or something, though. When my sister was a kid, she was terrified of a man in the drain, but none of us saw it besides her. My dad and brother don't believe in all that, but me, my mum, and my sister, we all swear that we've seen or heard things. I don't know if that's useful information to anyone, but I felt like it was relevant to add it. But none of us had ever really seen something in such a way as I did. I never saw the woman again, mind you, but I can picture her so clearly. It sent a chill down my spine, but I just couldn't look away from her. And honestly, as cliche as this sounds, she was like the ghost from The Ring or The Grudge, but a bit different. Like, The Ring or The Grudge aren't quite what she looked like, but they're kind of similar in regards to the white dress and the long black hair, I guess. I know that this sounds crazy, but I swear to you that I'm not insane. I never tell anyone about this because it sounds psychotic, I know that, but if anyone here has any ideas as to what she is, then please do let me know. I've never been able to figure out what she was, and it still bothers me a lot, and I would really, really like to know. This is a story about an old barn that my dad was thinking about buying one time. The location was up in northeastern Montana. The barn had been a part of an old ranch at one time, but the rest of the homestead had been destroyed or otherwise dismantled. So the barn was really the only building left standing on a nice flat piece of ground, perfect for renovation for an indoor workspace, storage, vehicles, or gear or something like that. Anyway, I went up with my dad when we went to walk through the place and take a look at the interior, and it was immaculate inside. The barn had 4 or 5 center stanchions about 10 feet apart down the middle of the barn from the floor to the roof. The place was quite sturdy because of this as well. The owner of the land had cleaned this barn up and kept it pretty nice inside for his personal use, and had put down a layer of gravel inside the barn over the original dirt floor in order to keep dust to a minimum. Dad had bought one of those wind-up cameras from the store where you could sort of wind the wheel and snap like 15 photos or something, and have the photos developed at Walmart. So Dad took a bunch of photos of the interior and the exterior of the barn so that he could show Mum the building once he got them developed. He got the photos back from Walmart about a week later, brought them home, and we looked through them as a family around the supper table that night in our kitchen. All the photos were normal, except for one. It was of the interior, taken from the inside, the front door, a few paces in, I would guess. And in this particular photo, the barn was a complete mess. Nothing like it had been when we were there. Just hay everywhere, falling from the hayloft, and no gravel covering the dirt floor or anything. When we pulled this photo out from the stack, we were kind of confused and thought that maybe we had gotten somebody else's photo in our group of photos. But it was clearly the same barn. The thing that stood out to our family about this photo of the interior of this barn was on the first center stanchion there was a silhouette of a man, but with no head, and footprints on the dirt floor leading in, but not out of the barn, stopping at the first stanchion. Dad and I went back up to northeastern Montana later that year in the fall to do some hunting, so we went and spoke to the guy who owned this barn, showed him our photos, and the weird photo as well. When we showed him that photo, his face immediately went pale white, and the look in his eyes was one that I had never seen in another person. He told us that his grandpa had been murdered when he was a small kid, but his parents never told him about what happened, and the murder was never solved. Needless to say, Dad never bought the barn, and the owner, he had it torn down the next year. And it is definitely one of the spookiest things that I've ever been a part of in my life. So this happened when I was in the 10th grade. My class went to the state fair for an agricultural show. The class was pretty small, and the teacher was kind of doing his own thing. He told us that we should all meet up at a certain location at a certain time. Me and 2 other classmates, I cannot even remember who they are now, just started to enjoy the fair and hit some rides. Now, I'm not personally into fairs really, cheap rides and carnival games, so I was just in a sort of blah mood, I guess, but this girl bumps into me eventually while we were standing in line. We both apologized and chuckled about it. She was my age, looked that way anyway. She also looked nice and quite pretty. She seemed into me and was very handsy as well. She never asked to tag along with us, but just naturally did. I never even questioned it because she was hot and I was interested in the girl. But here's where it gets a bit weird. Looking back, I see a lot of red flags too, but in the moment it was awesome for me. So we went on this dark ride that was supposed to be scary. You know, the ride where you ride in a moving seat into a crazy-looking clown head sort of thing. She snuggles up and says that she's scared, and well, after about 10 seconds of grabbing my arm, she reaches down to grab me by my you-know-what. She's given me an over-the-pants you-know-what, And well, the ride ends, nothing happened with me, no release if you will, and now she's hanging onto my arm while we walk the fairgrounds. She's giddy, I'm happy. She starts telling me how she's from Hawaii and they used to have fires on the beach and play music on a guitar and how she misses it. Well, she says let's go somewhere. Sure thing, I say, whatever you say. She proceeds to take me to the section of campers where all the carnies live after work. She takes me to this specific spot where 3 campers were in the shape of a triangle and we were in the center. She pulls me close to her body and starts making out with me like a mad person. Keep in mind too that I've barely done anything like this. I was scared out of my mind of getting caught, in fact, but she keeps my attention to her because I was sort of looking around. She asked if I wanted to go inside. I said, inside where? And she said, that camper, and pointed to a really crusty looking camper. And I was about to say sure, and then a security guard caught us and made us leave the area. She bolted and I went back to my friends. I didn't see her the rest of the time that we were there, which was at least another couple of hours, and I was keeping a keen eye out for her. Now, I have thoughts about what was in that camper, what would have happened to me. Was she a prostitute? Was she a ploy to get me inside, and they would lock me in a box just big enough to live until I was transported? Would I have been in the sex industry the rest of my life? I have trauma and nightmares from this, in fact, and while it may have just been me overthinking things, maybe she really did just want to hook up. But something tells me that I think that I definitely dodged a bullet. In high school during COVID time, 2 of my friends and I were laying in my bed watching TV and ended up falling asleep at some stage. I was on one edge, friend in the middle, other friend on the other edge. I woke up to the feeling of water dripping on my face. I wiped it off and turned to my friends, both still sleeping, and woke them up and asked if they were trying to mess with me. They said no and didn't know what I was talking about. The friend in the middle realized that she also was wet, but it was her shirt instead. It had about a palm-sized watermark. We looked around wondering where the water could be coming from. There was a glass sitting above us on the headboard, but it was empty and sitting upright, untouched. They swore up and down that they didn't do it though, and we were all pretty freaked out by it. I begged them to stay the night because I was scared, but in the end they had to leave. Now later that night I was laying in bed and I could hear something rolling around on the floor underneath me. I was confused by it because the day before I had vacuumed under my bed and knew nothing was down there. Ended up going to sleep, and the next morning I woke up to find Tootsie Fruit chew wrappers under my bed, which I don't like and definitely didn't have in my room. Same day, still very freaked out, I was on TikTok and my sister had sent me this really creepy video of this demonic looking face with eerie music playing. I messaged her and asked why she would send me this because it was so creepy looking, and I was already on edge. And she told me that she had no idea what I was talking about, and went and checked. Then messaged back saying that she never actually sent that video before and didn't send it. It freaked us both out, and we were telling our family about it at dinner and went to show them the video. And it had disappeared from our message thread. Then, I think the next day or a couple of days later, I went to a gas station and was buying a Powerade and a snack. When I went to check out, the cashier asked me if I wanted to grab another Powerade or something. I asked if there was a deal going on, and she just flipped the screen and showed me the total was $6.66. So naturally, I bought another Powerade. I ended up going to a native store that sells sage. The man who owned it blessed me with sage and prayed, and sent me home with more to burn in my house. And Thankfully, nothing else happened after that. But I've always wondered if it was just some really random or crazy sort of coincidences, or if there was something more to it. The incident with the water definitely freaked me out the most, mainly because other people were there and obviously we could actually see the marks. The other stuff, maybe it was just some convenient timing or something, but still, it was a really weird experience and something that I just still don't have any answers for. Recently, I've gone down a rabbit hole of spooky things and figured that maybe it would be worth talking about my own odd experience here. I don't really talk about it in my own life with people that I know personally because it makes my skin crawl and it's weird. But I thought that I would share it here just in case someone might know something. So when I was younger, I had a lot of issues with sleep. I don't remember a whole lot of my childhood, but I know that I wouldn't sleep for long periods of time, frequently bothered my parents in the middle of the night, in fact, had reoccurring nightmare terrors, and would even talk in my sleep. I freaked my dad out many times when I'd get up and wait for him to finish whatever he was doing to talk. A 6-year-old girl in a nightgown with long hair hanging over her face was a freaky thing to see at 2 a.m. Anyways, from as far back as I can remember, until I was about 8 years old, so roughly 3 or 4 years I think, I had the same dream every single night. My bed was right under a window, and I liked to sleep with the curtains partially open so I could look at the moon. It was a 1-story house and my bedroom was at the front. And every single night, and I'm not exaggerating, I truly mean every single night, I would dream that I woke up to see a humanoid creature outside of my window. It was extremely tall enough that I could see most of its body framed by the window. It had like grayish, yellowy skin and wore no clothes. Its shoulders reached the very top of my window, and its torso was nearly the whole length of the window, and I could see the tops of its legs toward the bottom. It had its hands pressed into the glass and its fingers splayed out. But then, the real freaky part. Its neck reached above the window and then sort of looped back down so that its head was visible to the side of its body. It had no hair, massive grey-white eyes, 2 slits for a nose, and a giant grin on its face. And I mean giant. It stretched its skin out on its cheeks and chin, and teeth were so long and jagged and thin, and they were like a dirty yellow sort of color. It never did anything, mind you, didn't even blink, and just stood there staring at me until I'd wake up in a panic. So, like I said, I saw this creature every night for years. I never told my parents about it. I tried shutting my curtains when I went to bed, but when the dream started, my curtains would be inexplicably open. And then when I woke up, they'd also be partially open, as if I'd never even closed them. Eventually, I told my grandma about the dream when I slept over at her house, and I didn't have the dream for the first time in years after that. And she gave me this tiny clay figurine and told me to sleep with it by my bedside, and that I would never have that dream again. I did as she said, and inexplicably, I never did see the creature again. I still had night terrors and recurring nightmares, but that specific creature just never visited me again. I'm 23 now, and I still sleep with the figurine at my bedside. I've never seen that thing again ever since then, and I'm an insomniac and have experienced sleep paralysis a number of times in my adulthood, frequently experienced night terrors, and have been prescribed a number of sleep medications that I never end up taking long term because of the side effects. At this point, I'm very good at running on little to no sleep, and I have experienced hallucinations during sleep paralysis where I've seen horrible things and had dreams that have left me messed up for days. Still though, I've never seen that creature again. The memory of those dreams is the clearest memory of my childhood that I have. I can remember exactly how it looked, exactly how it felt to lay in my bed and stare at it between my purple curtains, exactly how silent and still it was. And because of this, I don't ever open my blinds at night. I don't particularly believe in the supernatural or anything. I take a firm, it's probably not real, but just in case it is, I'm not going to mess with it, stance on any of that stuff. I hear paranormal stories and immediately consider all the regular things like sleep deprivation and carbon monoxide poisoning before I ever assume ghosts. I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life, aside from what I've outlined here, and I truly believe 100%, however, that this was not a natural thing that happened. I could forgive it as a reoccurring dream or childhood nightmare, but it happened too regularly and far too frequently to think that. I don't know what it was or why, but I really don't think that it was something normal or easily explained, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. And so, that's my story. Like I said, I really don't talk about it too much. I try not to think about it, in fact, but maybe sharing it out here will be beneficial. So if you've listened this far, then thanks for listening. This all started when I was about 10 years old. We moved into a large brick house that did have a kind of creepy vibe, I guess, with old chandeliers, dark staircases, and long hallways and all that. But it all started small. Lights turning on and off randomly, radios turning on in the middle of the night, things like that at first. Quite honestly, too, I just sort of explained it all away. I'm really not sure how, but I didn't think too much of it at first. But things really started to shift when I started having really, really bad nightmares. Nightmares no child should be having. I was 12 by this time, and I didn't consume any frightening material as I was a really sensitive kid that loved plants and animals. I started waking up from nightmares around 3 usually, and just having these insane feelings of dread and terror, not just from the dream, but I thought that didn't help, but by a palpable feeling in the air, I guess. I would then hear footsteps walking down the hallway and stop in front of my door. Then my door would creak open, and though I couldn't see anything, I was frozen in fear. I could never forget that feeling too, that something was in the room with me, just watching me. By this time, I had actually developed a fear of sleeping, and I developed a stutter as well. I really thought that something was psychologically going on with me, and so I finally got up the courage to tell my mum, and I didn't understand what was happening, so I told her that I needed to see a psychologist. She asked me why, and I told her that something was upstairs at night. And she looked at me in this weird way, raised her eyebrows, and never brought it up again. This was in the 90s, so no one talked about this stuff. But after that, I assumed that I was alone in this experience. That's how it started, but then it got more violent. I started having dreams about a dark figure with red eyes hovering over me when I slept. It was a horrible feeling, same as in real life. I would try to say the word Jesus in the dream, as I had heard saying his name could dispel something evil. In the dream, the figure would reach out and grab me by my neck and choke me so that I couldn't say a word. I would wake up gasping for air, and then the paranormal activity would ensue. I even heard voices, laughter, and could swear that I saw a figure in the corner of my room. One night when I was avoiding sleeping, I was playing video games with my younger brother, and it was around midnight. He asked what I was still doing up, and I said that I just couldn't sleep. He said, because of the thing that lives up here, and my eyes immediately got so wide. We were not a sharing, emotional, or talkative family, so this piece of information changed, well, everything. We began swapping stories, and before I could even describe my dreams, he told me that his friend saw a black figure with red eyes and refused to ever sleep over again. And I knew then that I wasn't crazy at this point. But really, the story just began here. My early teenage years were nearly absorbed by dealing with this thing and trying to understand what it wanted, why it was there, and how to be rid of it. It's a long story, but to summarize, I learned it was some sort of an entity that fed on fear. The more afraid it could make me, the more powerful it seemed to become, and the more frequently things would happen. I had to teach myself to not be afraid of it, and that was a whole journey, let me tell you. I needed to believe that I was more powerful than it, and I will never forget this as long as I live. Once I moved in college times as well, I never experienced it again. My friend Fran and her boyfriend at the time lived in a small, older, 1-floor, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment about 7 years ago. It wasn't in the best area and the walls were thin, so we could hear the neighbors, each other across the apartment, etc. My friends were struggling for money and got a job offer together to work in another state for a month in December. They didn't want to leave the apartment alone for that time, so they asked another friend, Jude, and myself to house sit for them. We didn't have jobs at the time, and we had spent the night there plenty of times before, so we didn't have a problem doing that for them. Jude and I slept in their bedroom since the secondary bedroom was occupied by Fran's sister, Denise, who was in and out of the house pretty much every day. Basically, she was only there to sleep and was there from about maybe 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Denise's son, 6 to 7 years old, visited every so often as well and was a sleepwalker or got up in the middle of the night. And so they put up motion sensor lights from the hallway to the bathroom for him. These lights went off all the time, even though it took a person to trigger them. We tested this by tossing small things down the hallway and it never went off. And that was really just the start of it all. Now, the apartment was decorated with Christmas things. They had a tree, bells hanging on the doorknobs, mistletoe hanging in the hallway, stickers on the wall, paper decorations on the coffee tables, and even a little inflatable Santa sitting in a dining room chair. Jude and I were in the living room sitting on the couch on our phones. Behind the couch was a wall sort of connected to the hallway which led to the bedrooms and the bathroom. To the right was the doorway leading to the kitchen and the mudroom, and to the left of the couch was the main entry of the apartment. And while we were chilling, we heard a repetitive slapping sort of sound, but just couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. Using my peripheral vision, the mistletoe hanging in the entry above the hallway was swinging very fast, and the longer that I watched it, the more it seemed to slow down. Then it got smacked and landed across the living room. Even though it was winter, we never turned on the heater or the fans or anything, and the way that it got tossed across the room just couldn't have happened from the tape or tack holding it in place. I turned to Jude after that all happened, and he just said, "Yeah, I saw that too." We just picked it off the floor, set it on the table, and I guess we just acted like it didn't even happen. On another occasion, when Jude and I were hanging out in the living room, we watched one of the paper decorations fall off of the coffee table and fall down the Christmas tree. Then we heard a thud in the hallway, and we ignored both things until bedtime. The bedrooms faced each other, and in between them was a blank wall where Fran hung Christmas paintings and all that. The painting was on the floor but leaning against the wall, and The nail holding it up was still on the wall, so it's not like the nail was loose or anything. We also heard the jingle of bells on the doorknobs jingle on their own as well, and Jude was in the apartment alone for a day when I went home to do some laundry. He was in the kitchen cooking some ramen on the stove and felt something swipe his back, he said. When he turned around to see what it was, the inflatable Santa was turned around facing him, and at that he got a really bad feeling. He ditched his noodles and went to his room and went to bed. I never felt this, but both Denise and Jude said that while in the bathroom they felt something swipe or poke their sides, and really I just don't know how to explain it, but I had such anxiety and fear while looking at or into the mudroom that I just still cannot explain what that was. I always focused on a dark spot in there, and I never saw anything happen, but I guess I was always anticipating to see something. With all that said, it never really felt evil or unwelcoming, I guess. Fran had been very stressed dealing with things between her boyfriend and Denise. I know entities feed off of negative energy, so I guess we just sort of chalked it up to that in the end. We told Fran right when she got home, and she told us that she had recently experienced things there too. One being that she saw Denise's boyfriend come out of the hallway and head towards the main entrance. She was about to ask him something, but didn't see him in the living room, and the door hadn't been opened, and he was actually in Denise's room the whole time. And yeah, these are pretty unforgettable things, and something that I guess will just stick with me for as long as I live. So recently, two buddies and I were wandering an abandoned, partially demolished business site. There was a long, narrow warehouse-type structure with a ramp inside about halfway, but we entered at the rear through a doorway, mostly empty, some boxes and chairs strewn about. But on the right side towards the ramp was a small closet with cans of paint and chemical-like thinners. There was no door to this room, and I went into the closet to take a look. The air was immediately heavy and oppressing, warm even, yet I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. I couldn't move to get out of the closet all of a sudden, and then I started screaming. In my mind, I saw a woman's arms flailing, and my screams were her screams. I heard, "Stop, you're hurting me, get off of me." My friend Mike grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the closet. I then felt fine and calmed down right away. I felt maybe it was the chemicals floating in the air that did something to my brain or whatever. We then all walked down the ramp towards the exit, which was the entire far wall. No door or wall, just open. We're almost at the door when Mike and I stop walking and turn around. Bernie walked a few paces more, then stopped because we stopped. "Are you seeing this?" Mike asked. I was seeing it, but Bernie wasn't. He thought that we were joking around or being stupid, but Mike and I saw something. Slowly floating down the ramp towards us was a black figure. It was the shape of a human shadow with no feet, just the outline. Circling along the floor, up the wall, across the ceiling, down the other wall and along the floor again, just in front of this dark figure, was a bright blue and white light orb. Mike and I just stood there. We were definitely terrified. But strangely, Bernie saw nothing. It then screamed at us, "Get out." I heard that thunderous boom of a voice, deep and loud, bouncing off the cement walls and floor, and instantly we ran. I never thought that I could run that quickly, but I almost fell at one point. We stopped, we looked back once we had got far enough away, and we no longer saw anything there. So my wife and I purchased an 1890s Queen Anne Victorian several years ago, and we're slowly restoring it for a traditional B&B as a part of our retirement plan in like another 10 to 15 years. My wife found one written account of a ghostly encounter following our initial individual and personal experiences, which is not really what you want to find when you're trying to explain away an experience. There's every reason to believe that the original owners passed away in this house, and subsequent to that, it's my understanding that somebody died in the house and the body was dumped in a water well that is now covered in a mid-century addition to the original structure. Think Social Security fraud. The FBI ultimately dug up the body from the well, and that's when they found it there. My own experiences have been, well, fairly limited, I guess, and mostly what the heck sort of oriented. My first awareness was the sound of someone or something walking toward me, which I attributed to our large dog possibly following me upstairs, but she was downstairs and behind a closed door when I later checked. My wife describes similar experiences within the main area of focus being at the top of the stair landing. She has a practice of singing or humming a tune as she comes down the stairs, and she believes that this either interrupts the experience or at least distracts her from the experience. I normally follow this musical practice too, whistling a tune that we sometimes sing to our dogs or singing an old jingle or whatever. I was home alone this evening and I needed to go upstairs to my study or lair to grab something. It was a long day and I had a few pressing things on my mind, so instead of singing or whistling, I was thinking about a work conversation from earlier. As I was coming downstairs, I heard footsteps following me down, a different tempo and rhythm than my cadence. I slowed and thought about turning to look, but I quickly noped out, only briefly looking up as I made the 180 turn at the bottom of the stairs and headed toward the kitchen. I didn't see anything, but I could definitely feel like something was near me. I didn't feel like I was clear of the presence too until I passed into the new section of the house. The hair on the back of my neck and arms had still not settled down an hour later. I had to go back up to the front of the house briefly to check for mail, and now that feeling that I generally have only at the top of the stairs is just on the other side of that kitchen door. Whatever it is, I think it's followed me down the stairs and it's decided to stay there. It just doesn't feel right or safe to speak about it inside this house too, and so I refuse to talk about it in the house. Texting my wife about it or sharing it here feels safe, but if you and I had talked about this whole thing before tonight, then I would have said that I do believe that there is something there, but it's not anything bad. Now, I'm really not so sure. This whole situation seems ridiculous, I know. I know that tomorrow in the daylight I'll probably feel less anxious about it. Well, probably. Honestly, I think I'm losing my mind, but I'm just not quite sure. I live in the north of England in a mid-terraced house. I moved in not too long ago, and my neighbors were a very pleasant and quiet family of 4. They didn't seem to own much, though. Without sounding like a voyeur or a creepy person, I would often see into their living room or dining room, I guess. The house is open plan on the downstairs. When I parked my car on the street, the house was sparse of furniture or personality. They didn't have curtains in their living room windows, so seeing inside was done with little effort. I'd often see all 4 of them sat at their small dining table, all transfixed on their phones, never really engaging with one another. Now, one evening before Christmas, the mother, a younger lady of maybe mid-20s, knocked on my door and looked visibly shaken when I answered. She tentatively asked me to keep the noise down and stated that she understood that I would like to have friends over and party, but requested me to tone it down a little bit. The only trouble is that I was completely alone and I was just watching a movie. There was no party or anyone else in my house. She saw that it was the case, and so she quickly made her way back to next door. I thought that was a bit strange, but I got on with my night. So fast forward a couple of months and they just up and vanished. The house is empty. I never saw them move out, but that's not completely strange as I work abroad a lot and spend large chunks of time away from home anyway. But this week I've heard a persistent beeping coming from their old residence, a fire alarm running out of batteries, I assume. On Wednesday I stuck my head over the fence to take a look into the dining room window, out of a mix of boredom and curiosity, I guess. And in the empty room I saw a person stood near the doorway into the kitchen. They made a quick movement towards me and I nearly soiled myself. I rapidly made my escape, embarrassed that I looked like a weirdo. I was in the garden for the rest of the day enjoying the sunshine and I heard no one leave that residence. Since then too, I've seen faces in the corner of the windows looking into my garden, gaunt pale faces that fade away once I notice them. I'm not discounting anything, but I know what I'm seeing, and I'm pretty sure I'm sound of mind. I've seen these faces 4 or 5 times now, and it's got me pretty spooked. Last night at around 11:30 p.m., I heard what I presumed was someone running up and down the stairs for over 5 minutes, really heavy steps followed by a grunt of anguish, and then just absolute silence. I'm currently sitting outside, primed and ready to get photo or video evidence, and I'll do the same with audio tonight, so I'll keep you guys posted if I capture anything. I've told 3 people in total this story. 2 of them were involved that night, and 1 was my therapist. I'm a scientist, and although I'm spiritual and believe in ghosts, I guess you could say, or at least the possibility of them, I never really believed in demons or things of that nature. I did grow up in a haunted or ghost house, but since moving out I have not experienced any paranormal activity, nor have I had any hallucinations or anything. And so I'm hoping one of you can help me figure out what the heck this thing was. So this summer, I wasn't really feeling well and was going to go to bed early one night. While in my pajamas, I saw the local Facebook page had posted about the Northern Lights being out. I had been trying to see them all year and I kept missing them, so I grabbed a light jacket and I headed out. Of note too is that I had no alcohol or drugs in my system, just to be clear. So I drive north and found some fields to stop in, but word had clearly gotten out and every minute another car was passing, trying to find a dark area to see the lights from. After my 3rd spot was wrecked, it takes about 10 minutes for your eyes to adjust and every headlight started you back at square one again. So I jumped into my car and I drove even further north. I was on the phone with a buddy of mine as I'm a single female alone at night and he made me feel a bit safer. I hit the highway and that was when I saw it. The empty abandoned land that was used by the military for some unknown scientific experiments that had just become public. I had been there in the daytime and seen some of the old bunkers there. Definitely something weird was going on, but it just so happened to be mostly an open field with no streetlights, making it the perfect spot to see the lights from. I turned down the gravel road and drove about a mile in. I even made the comment to my friend that this place was spooky and that these weird birds kept flying around. They looked like bats, but when they landed, they didn't stand like bats do. I grew up in the country, so the dark doesn't really bother me, and so I just kept going. I finally reached the middle and pulled over to the side of the road. No one and nothing for as far as I could see. I grabbed my phone and stepped outside, took a few photos, and then waited for my eyes to adjust a bit. After about 10 minutes, right when my night vision was starting to work, the hair on my neck suddenly stood up. I knew this feeling, as it usually meant an animal was watching you. Again, I'm a country kid, so I know all about this. As I'm on the phone, mid-sentence, I turned to my left and my entire body froze. It was like the air was moving, kind of like a moving shadow, but my mind also just knew that it was something that was walking on 4 legs, but it was stood up. Possibly a dog, but it was translucent. I instantly started screaming and ran back to my car. I felt that thing hit my back and sort of bounce off, like it was trying to go through me but couldn't. But the second it touched me, it felt like a Dementor from Harry Potter had hit me, but worse, if that's even possible. I have never felt such dread and fear ever. I don't and didn't believe in hell, so to me death wasn't even that scary, but this made me feel like even in death I would never feel happiness ever again. I jumped in my car and sped down the road, still screaming and praying. I kept screaming for my dad and brother, both dead, and Jesus, I'm not even a Christian, to save me. The worst part, though, was that in all of the kerfuffle, I was driving in the wrong direction. I had to turn around and drive back to get out of there. I screamed the entire time for help, and at some point my phone call dropped. My service was fine on the way in, though, but it finally came back the second that I hit the highway. My friend called back asking me what was wrong, but I was still screaming and crying, and I could barely get the words out at what I had seen. I ended up driving all the way back into town, and I called a friend who lived nearby. I went to her place and stayed there for a few hours as I just tried to calm myself down. I didn't know that she was a Christian, and it was lucky that she believed in this stuff. I finally got the courage to go home eventually, and she gave me something for protection. I took a shower to warm up, but my back just felt completely cold, like something had cut a thin line down across my spine or something. There weren't any marks that I could see, but I had to sit in the shower with my back to the wall because I just kept feeling like something was touching me. I lost my voice for about 9 days after that and had to lie to my friends and co-workers about the reasoning why, because I had screamed so much. It's been 6 months since then, and I haven't had any weird experiences again. Sometimes, though, if something touches my back a certain way, I still have a bit of a jolt of panic out of nowhere. Other than that, though, I have had no other issues, but I really don't talk about it to anyone because, well, 1, I feel completely crazy, and 2, I don't want to bring attention to it as I don't know what I even believe in anymore, to be honest. And I think that enough time has passed that I just want to know if at least anyone else has experienced this as well. As a scientist, I know our minds can play tricks on us, and I'm fully able to say that maybe the dark tricked my brain, but I just cannot get over the fear that overcame me after it hit me. I've been scared in the woods at night before. I've camped and been scared something was watching me. But this was so much worse. It's like and it feels weird even saying this, but it's like I could feel it in my soul. For the past 2.5 years now, I've been living in the north of the Scottish Highlands. And when I say north, I mean as far north as you can possibly go. I live in a region called Caithness, in the small coastal town of Thurso, which is actually the northernmost town on the British mainland. I had always wanted to live in the Scottish Highlands, which seemed a far cry from my gloomy hometown in Yorkshire, England. And when my dad and his partner told me that they'd bought an old house up there, I jumped at the opportunity. From what they told me, Caithness sounded like the perfect destination. There were seals and otters in the town's river, dolphins and orcas in the sea, and at times of the year, you could see the northern lights in the night sky even. But despite my initial excitement of finally getting to live in the Scottish Highlands, full of beautiful mountains, amazing wildlife, and vibrant culture, I would soon learn that the region that I had just moved to was far from the idyllic destination that I had dreamed of. So many tourists flood here each summer, but when you actually choose to live here, in a harsh and freezing coastal climate, this place feels more like a purgatory, I guess. More than that, in fact. This place actually feels cursed. This probably just sounds like superstition on my part, but what almost convinces me of this belief, more so than anything else here, is that disturbing things have washed up on shore, each one worse than the last, and they all have to do with death. The first thing that I discovered here happened maybe a couple of months after I first moved to Caithness. In my spare time, I took to exploring the coastline around the Thurso area. It was one of these days that I started to explore what was east of Thurso. On the right side of the mouth of the river, there's these old ruins of a castle, but past that leads to a cliff trail around the eastern coastline. I first started exploring this trail with my dog, Macy, on a very windy and rainy day. We trekked down the cliff trail and onto the bedrocks by the sea, and making our way around the curve of a cliff base, we found something. Littered all over the bedrock floor were what seemed like dozens of dead seabirds, and I mean, they were everywhere. It was as though they had just fallen out of the sky and washed ashore. I just assumed that they either crashed into the rocks or were swept into the sea due to the stormy weather. Feeling like this was almost a warning, I decided to make my way back home, rather than risk being blown off the cliff trail like that. It wasn't until a day or so after, though, when I went back to explore further down the coast, that a woman with her young daughter stopped me. Shouting across the other side of the road through the heavy rain, the woman told me that she had just come from that direction, but that there was a warning sign for dog walkers, warning them that the area was infested with dead seabirds that had apparently died from bird flu. She said the warning had told dog walkers to keep their dogs on a leash at all times, as bird flu was contagious to them. This instantly concerned me, as you can imagine, as the day before my dog Macy had gotten close to the dead seabirds to sniff them. But there was something else too. Something about meeting this woman had struck me as weird. Although she was just a normal woman with her young daughter, they were walking with a dog that was completely identical to Macy, a small black and white border collie. Maybe that's why the woman was so adamant to warn me in the first place, because in my dog she saw her own, heading in the direction of danger. But why this detail was so weird to me was that it almost felt like an omen of some kind. She was leading with her dog, identical to mine, away from the contagious dead birds, as though I should have been doing the same thing. And I know this is going to sound a bit crazy, but it almost felt as though it wasn't just the woman who was warning me, but something else. Something disguised as a coincidence. Curious as to what this warning sign was, I thanked the woman for letting me know, before continuing with Macy towards the trail. We reached the entrance of the castle ruins, and on the entrance gate I saw the sign that we had just been warned about. The sign was bright yellow and outlined with contagion symbols. If the woman's warning wasn't enough to make me turn around, this sign definitely was, and so I head back into town, all the while worrying that my dog might now be contagious. Thankfully, Macy would be absolutely fine. Although I would later learn that bird flu was actually common to the region, and so dead seabirds wasn't anything new. What I would stumble upon a year later, washed up on the town's beach, would definitely be far more sinister though. In the summer of the following year, like most days, I walked with Macy along the town's beach, which stretched from one end of the Thurso Bay to the other. I never really liked this beach, because it was always covered in stacks of seaweed, which not only stunk of sulfur, but attracted swarms of flies and midges and all those creepy crawlies. Even if they weren't on you, you couldn't help but feel like you were being bitten all over the body. The one thing that I did love about this beach, though, was that on a clear enough day, you could see in the distance one of the islands of Orkney. On a more cloudy or foggy day, it was as if this particular island was really never there to begin with, and all you see instead is the ocean and a false horizon. On one particular summer's day, I was walking with Macy along this beach. I had let her off her lead as she loved exploring and finding new smells from the ocean. She was rummaging through the stacks of seaweed when suddenly Macy had found something. I went to see what it was, and I realized that it was something that I had never seen before. What we found, lying on top of a layer of seaweed, was an animal skeleton. I wasn't sure what animal it belonged to exactly, but it was either a sheep or a goat. There were many farms in Caithness and across the sea in Orkney. My best guess was that an animal on one of Orkney's coastal farms must have fallen off of a ledge or a cliff, drowned, and its remains eventually washed up here. Although I was initially taken back by this skeleton, grinning up at me with its molar-like teeth, something else about this animal quickly caught my eye. The upper body was indeed skeletal remains, completely picked white clean, but the lower body was still there. It still had its hooves and all its wet fur even. The fur was dark grey, and as far as I could see, all the meat underneath was still intact. And although disturbed by this carcass, I was also very confused. What I didn't understand was, why had the upper body of this animal been completely picked off, whereas the lower part hadn't even been touched? What was weirder, though, was that the lower body hadn't even decomposed yet. In fact, it looked really fresh. I can still recollect the image of this dead animal in my mind's eye. At the time, one of the first impressions that I had of it was that it seemed almost satanic. It reminded me of the image of Baphomet, a goat's head on a man's body. What made me think this was not only the dark goat-like legs, but also the position the carcass was in. Although the carcass belonged to a goat or a sheep, the way the skeleton was positioned almost made it appear hominid. The skeleton was laid on its back, with an arm and a leg on each side of its body. However, what I also have to mention about this incident is that, like the dead seabirds and the warnings of the concerned woman, this skeleton almost felt like an omen, a bad one. I thought it might have been at that time, and to tell you the truth, it was. Not long after finding this skeleton washed up on the town's beach, my personal life suddenly takes a very dark and somewhat tragic downward spiral. I almost wish that I could go into the details of what happened, as it would only support the idea of how much of a bad omen this skeleton would turn out to be, but it's all rather personal and I really don't want to get into it. And while I've still lived in this god-forsaken place, I have come across one more thing that was washed ashore, and although I cannot say whether it was more or less disturbing than the Baphomet-like skeleton that I had found earlier, it was definitely bone-chilling. 6 or so months later, and into the Christmas season, I was still recovering from what personal things had happened to me, almost foreshadowed by the Baphomet skeleton. It was also around this time that I had just gotten out of a long-distance relationship and was only finding closure from it now. Feeling as though I had finally gotten over it, I decided I wanted to go on a long hike by myself along the cliff trail east of Thurso. And so, the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, I got my backpack together, packed a lunch for myself, and headed out at around 6 a.m. The hike along the trail had taken me all day, and by the evening I had walked so far that I actually discovered what I first thought was a ghost town. What I found, though, was actually an abandoned port settlement, which had the creepiest looking disperse of old stone houses, as well as what looked like the ruins of an ancient round tower. As it turned out, this was actually the Castletown Heritage Center, a tourist spot. It seemed that I had walked so far around the rugged terrain that I was now 10 miles outside of Thurso. On the other side of this settlement were the distant cliffs of Dunar Bay, which compared to the cliffs that I had already trekked along were far grander. Although I could feel my legs finally begin to give way, and already anticipating a long journey back from the trail, I decided that I was going to cross the bay and reach the cliffs, and then make my way back home. Considering what I would find there, this is the point in the journey where, honestly, I wish that I had stopped. By the time that I was making my way around the bay, it had become very dark and I had already walked past more than half of the bay, but the cliffs just didn't feel any closer. It was at this point when I decided that I really needed to turn around, as at night, walking back along the cliff trail was going to be pretty dangerous, and for the parts of the trail that led down to the base of the cliffs, I really couldn't afford for the tide to cut off my route. I made my way back through the abandoned settlement of the Heritage Center, and at night, this settlement definitely felt more like a ghost town. Shining my phone flashlight into the windows of the old stone houses, I was expecting to see a face or something peer out at me. What surprisingly made these houses scarier at night were a handful of old fishing boats that had been left outside of them, though. The wood that they were made from looked very old and the paint had mostly been weathered off. But what was most concerning was that in this abandoned ghost town of a settlement, I wasn't alone. A van had pulled up, with 3 or 4 young men getting out. I wasn't sure what they were doing exactly, but they were burning things into a trash can. What it was that they were burning, I didn't know. But as I made my way out of the abandoned settlement, every time I looked back at the men by the van, at least one of them was watching me. The abandoned settlement, the creepy men burning things by their van, that wasn't even the creepiest thing that I came across on that hike. The creepiest thing that I found actually came as soon as I decided to head back home, before I was even back at the Heritage Center. Finally, making my way back, I tried retracing my footprints along the beach. It was so dark by now that I needed to use my phone flashlight to find them. As I wandered through the darkness with only the dim brightness of the flashlight to guide me, I came across something. Ahead of me, I could see a dark silhouette of something in the stand. It was too far away for my flashlight to reach, but it seemed to me that it was maybe just a big rock. So I wasn't all too concerned. But for some reason, I wasn't 100% convinced either that this was actually a rock. The closer I get to it, the more I think that it could possibly be something else. I was almost right on top of it now, and the silhouette didn't look as much like a rock as I thought it did. If anything, it looked more like a very big fish, almost like a tuna fish. I didn't even realize fish could get that big, and around these waters? Still unsure whether this was just a rock or a dead fish of sorts, but too afraid to shine my light on it directly, I decided that I was going to touch it with my foot. My first thought was that I was going to feel hard rock beneath me, only to realize that the darkness had played a trick on me. I lift up my foot and press it on the dark silhouette, but what I felt wasn't hard rock. It was squidgy. My first reaction was a little bit of a shock, because if this wasn't a rock like I originally thought, then it was something else and had probably once been alive. Almost afraid to shine my light on whatever this thing was, I finally work up the courage to do so. Hoping this really is just a very big fish, I reluctantly shine my light on the dark squidgy thing. But what the light reveals is something else. It was a seal. A dead seal pup. Seal carcasses do occasionally wash up on this region, and it wasn't even the first time that I'd seen one, but as I studied the dead seal with my flashlight, feeling my skin crawl as I did it, I suddenly noticed something alarming. This seal pup had a chunk of flesh bitten out of it. For all I knew, this poor seal pup could have been hit by a boat, and that's what caused this wound. But the wound was round and basically a perfect bite shape. Depending on the time of year, there are orcas around these waters which occasionally hunt seals, but this bite mark was no bigger than what a full-grown seal could make. Did another seal do this? I know other animals will sometimes eat their young, but I've never heard of seals doing this. But what was even worse than the idea that this pup was potentially killed by its own species was that this pup, this poor little thing, was missing its skull. Not its head, just its skull. The skin was still there is what I mean, but it was empty, laying flat against the sand. Just when I think it can't get any worse than this, though, I leave the seal to continue making my way back when I come across another dark silhouette in the sand ahead. I go towards it, and what I find is another dead seal pup. But once more, this one also had an identical wound, a fatal bite mark, and just like the other one, the skull was missing. Now, I could accept that they'd been killed by either a boat or, more likely, from the evidence, an attack from another animal, but how did both of these seals, with the exact same wounds in the same place, also both have their skulls missing? I didn't understand it. These seals hadn't been ripped apart. They only had one bite mark each. Would the seal or seals that killed them really remove their skulls like this? I didn't know. I still don't, to be honest, but what I do know is that both of these carcasses were identical, completely identical, which was strange. They had clearly died the same way, and I more than likely knew how they had died, but what the heck happened to their skulls? I mean, maybe one of them could lose their skulls, but could they both do this? Really? I mean, I suppose so. Growing up most of my life in Yorkshire, England, where nothing ever really happens, and suddenly moving to what seemed like the edge of the world, and finding mutilated remains of animals that you only ever saw in zoos, it definitely stays with you. For the past 2.5 years that I've been here, I almost do feel as though this region is cursed, though. Not only because of what I found washed ashore, after all, dead things wash up here all the time. I almost feel like this place is cursed for a number of reasons. Despite the natural beauty all around, this place does somewhat feel like a purgatory, a depressive place that attracts lost souls from all around the UK. Many of the locals leave this place, migrating far down south to places like Glasgow. On the contrary, it seems a fair number of people like me have come from afar to live here, mostly retired English couples who, for some reason, choose this place above all others to live comfortably before the day that they die. Perhaps like me, they thought this place would be idyllic, only to find out that they were wrong. For the rest of the population, well, they're either junkies or convicted criminals, Satanists, relocated here from all around the country. And if anything, you could even say that Caithness is the UK's Alaska, where people come to get far away from their past lives or even themselves. But instead, amongst the natural beauty, are harassed by a cold, dark and depressing climate. Maybe this place isn't actually cursed. Maybe it really is just a remote area in the far north of Scotland that has, for UK standards, a very unforgiving climate. Regardless, I won't be here for much longer. Maybe the ghost that followed me here will follow wherever I may end up next. But a fair bit of warning: if you do choose to come here, make sure that you only ever come in the summer. And whatever you do, if you have your own personal demons of any kind, whatever you do, just don't move here. This only happened about a month ago in Dublin, Ireland, 2024. I was walking around my area and decided to head into the forest since I hadn't been there in a while. I've had encounters with things in these woods before, but it's a pretty rare occurrence. Everything was going smoothly, found some new paths I hadn't seen before in fact, and barely any people around. Eventually I got to a point where there was a fork in the path. I took the right side and eventually learned that that way was blocked by thorns and nettles a bit down the path. As I stopped and went to turn around and go the other way, I noticed about 8 feet in front of me, where I intended to end up, a man standing there. He had completely normal skin and a healthy body, important for the next part, and he had a sort of short and stocky build. He was just staring at me, and I froze for a second, but then figured he probably got startled by me the same way that he startled me. So I kept going to turn around, but when I got about 2 steps down the left path, I stopped. He was still standing there, except something was seriously off. He was now slumped over in an inhuman position, like his spine had moved up and snapped. His skin was pale and covered in bruises, and he was still just standing there. At that, I quickly turned around and I got the heck out of there, not looking back. I only stopped when I found another person, and at that point, I slowed down to walk again. I'm usually not afraid of the things in those woods, but I definitely was not about to risk messing with, well, whatever that was. I can remember every single detail of this happening, even though I was only 7 years old. We'd moved to a new house that was a split plan, so my parents felt very far away, but I woke up in the night and couldn't go back to sleep, and started feeling scared for, well, no reason really. I got up out of bed and walked towards my sister's room. I heard some sort of soft noise from my bedroom and turned around to look. My parents had left the hall light on, and I could see my entire bed from the hallway. As I watched, the top sheet of the bed slowly started to slide upwards towards the pillow, almost as if someone was making the bed in sort of slow motion. Then suddenly the sheets jerked down to the bottom of the bed, and then up over the pillow again, and down and then up very quickly. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, and I was so scared that I couldn't move. I wanted to call out to my sister, but I couldn't get her name out. I can see the light turquoise sheets. I can picture the way my pillow was laying. I can feel the air on my arm standing up. Every detail. Ultimately, even though I couldn't yell her name, I eventually managed to push out some sort of gargling wail of terror, and my sister, she came running out to the hallway. She told me that I had probably imagined it. Older siblings, am I right? And to go back to bed. Instead, though, I crept into my parents' room and slept on the floor next to their bed. I also slept with my light on in my room for, a long time after that. This happened in the late summer of 2014, but I remember it clearly even 10 years later. In the fall of the previous year, I moved into an apartment with my boyfriend at the time. I was freshly 18 and he was 22. He was a socially inept groomer, but let's call him Mike. Mike was always emotionally distant and strange. We had many shared interests, but he refused to let me have friends, make new friends, or just go out and enjoy life in the city. I'd invite him to concerts for bands that he liked, and he'd decline. I'd offer to introduce him to my friends. He'd decline. I'd go out to a show with my friends or go hang out with my friends, and he'd send me a Word document, a deranged poetic slide describing every single fault of mine that he could discern. One time I smoked a little bit of pot and he compared me to Medea killing her children. When I say poetic, I mean poetic too. And when I say deranged, I mean deranged. Naturally, we broke up too. A friend of mine found him on a dating website and, well, that was that. My parents helped me lug his stuff into a truck and took him and all of his stuff to his parents' house. Done deal. I kept the apartment and I tried to settle back in. It was fine. I enjoyed my alone time and was free to have friends visit. Honestly, it seemed pretty ideal. Upon falling asleep on my second night alone, I was quickly woken up by a knock on my door though. I checked the time, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, and I mean, to heck with that, no thanks. So I tried to drift off again, but the knocking happened again. More rapidly, more aggressively. I kept ignoring it though. I didn't have that many friends, and the friends that I did have wouldn't be hanging on my door at 3 a.m. And eventually, that banging stopped. I enjoyed my next few days. I went out with friends, I had some drinks, came home alone, and I went to sleep. 4 a.m. again, and there's that banging. But this time, also some rattling. When I heard that, I realized that the guy was clearly trying to open the door. Luckily, this building was old and disgusting. Landlord paint jobs, roaches, and no AC, but what it did have was 2 deadbolts and a door chain, so I felt more curious than scared, I suppose. I took a look through the peephole and I saw a blonde man. He didn't look like a junkie or a weirdo, but I also didn't recognize him. And no, it wasn't Mike. He was dark-haired and would have written a poem before he tried to break down a door, but feeling young, stupid, and for whatever reason, safe enough to sleep, I just go back and I fall asleep. But this keeps happening. Every single night I go to sleep. Every single night he would knock. He bangs and slams at the door. He jiggles the doorknob left and right. He yanks at the doorknob. He flies into the door with the weight of his entire body, but he never talks. And for some reason, I never called the cops too. I think I was in my ACAB era, I don't know, but it went on for about a week, but I do call my friend Pete eventually. Pete and I hung out for the day. Maybe a bit of context here too is that Pete, he looked like the sniper in Saving Private Ryan. Skinny, bony, oddly serious. Pete couldn't hurt a fly, but he had a weird ghoulish face that made it seem as though he could. So we waited, and waited. We plotted and we constructed a plan. Speaking in whispers, we waited into the night. 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, then 3. And sure enough, there was knocking at the door. Go time. Out the peephole, we see the blonde man. What a surprise, right? He continues to knock, smash and bang on the door. With the chain lock on, we undid the 2 deadbolts. The knocking paused. We flick open the doorknob and, with a knife in each of our hands, scream at him. We stab stupid IKEA kitchen knives through the gap. We yell, "We're going to kill you, come back here and we're going to cut you," and we switch the blades around like pirates who are only allowed to carry butter knives. The blonde man, he sort of stumbles back and jogs down the hall. Pete and I laugh it off, and to my surprise, the blonde man never returned. All it took was matching his crazy, I suppose, but I will never know why he targeted me, or why he was so insistent in getting into my apartment of all places. Though I can guess, I suppose, and my guess is that he may have been stalking me for some time, and when he noticed that Mike was gone, maybe he saw that as his chance. Again, I guess I'll never really know, but when I think back on it, it was kind of a crazy time for me, and honestly, I'm glad it's over. When I was 7, my family, mum and 2 older brothers, 13 and 15, moved house. We moved to a street that was built on old tram tracks from around the 1900s. The line of terraced properties themselves were fairly new, but when we moved in, they were only around 15 years old max. All of the properties have a rear garden that was divided by a meter-tall wooden fence. Each garden has a shared rear wall that is 7 foot tall and made of concrete. This wall separates the properties from the grounds of the local park. So as a kid, I kept myself pretty much entertained all the time. The age gap between my brothers and I at that age was enough to be left out of most things, and my parents were recently divorced. So I would make up games and act out imaginary scenes. It was not uncommon to find me playing off by myself in the back garden. We had pet rabbits that lived in a hutch that was up against the back wall mentioned earlier. Being the curious child that I was, I used to like to sort of stand on the hutch and look over the wall into the park and people watch. I remember it being a warm night, and the sun was setting a bit later in the day. I don't remember the time exactly, but with the way the daylight plays in my memory, it must have been around 7 p.m. I was out in the garden, people watching from my rabbit hutch vantage point, when I had the sudden urge to look over my right shoulder. With the way my house is laid out, the kitchen is at the rear of the house. If I were to enter the house, I'd open and walk through that kitchen. My neighbor's house, which would be on my right side as I looked back, is a bit different. Their sitting room is at the rear instead. So I look over my right shoulder and my neighbor's back door is open. There are no lights on, so it's dark in the sitting room and I can't really make anything out. But I know that they have a sofa facing out, and it would be where I was looking. That's when I see what look like 2 red dots, spaced apart, and not changing distance from one another, floating in the middle of this black room. I remember squinting, trying to figure out, what am I seeing? I kid you not as well. These 2 dots move in a smooth arc to the right and upwards, as if they were eyes on a face of someone standing up from the sofa. As they move, they seem to get a bit closer to the door, and I can make really nothing out except for, well, a dark silhouette. I freak out at that, and I run back inside, all the way to the front of the house where our sitting room is located, to tell my mum. She assures me that it's nothing, and so I head back outside. I climb back onto the rabbit hutch and immediately look behind me again. The figure with its red eyes is now standing in the doorway of their house, looking out into the garden. I nope once more back into the house, and this time, I do not go back outside. For years, I forgot about this experience, but I've always been afraid of the dark. I especially hate looking out of windows at night, particularly into the back garden. Something jogged my memory of it a few years ago, though, and every time I talk about it, honestly, it makes me sort of teary-eyed, because it was terrifying. I still remember every detail of that evening, and I wonder what it was that I saw. My neighbors still live there, and I'm too scared to ask them if they've experienced anything, or if they have an explanation for, well, whatever it was that I saw.
G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. So before the video begins, I want to thank Gloomy House for helping me research the contents of this video and find new posts to bring here for you all to see. Gloomy House is a really top guy and a really helpful person. He's a bit of a guru at 4chan research and he really helped me out with this video. Be sure to do yourself a favour and go check out some of his creepy videos. I'll leave a link in the description below so that you can go check out his channel, guys. Also, I want to make sure everyone here knows that the stories within this video are a fraction of the 4chan community, and so many of the 4chan community members are actually really decent people. But with that said, I want to provide a viewer's discretion warning here at the start of the video. Some of the information within these posts is quite disturbing, so if you don't deal well with some of the more extreme parts of the internet, I encourage you to go and watch some of my other videos for now. But for those who wish to press on, let's begin. Number 7. On the 30th of August 2015, an anonymous user posted a picture on the 4chan website of a toe with the description, "Dubs decides what I do." It wasn't long after this that another user suggested that the original poster cut off the toe. Soon after this, the original poster provided an update with a picture of the toe with a type of band tied tightly in an attempt to cut off circulation from the toe. 4chan users began posting, and it wasn't long after this another update from the original poster was provided to the 4chan community. The post contained a picture of the original poster's toe having now been mutilated and cut off. The post was quickly taken down. However, screenshots of the original post were uploaded by the community on other platforms, and they remain to be viewed by all today. Number 6. In a slightly different tone to some of the more morbid posts on 4chan, the following post resulted in lives actually being preserved due to a community effort from the 4chan users. On February 7th, a 4chan devotee was arrested by the FBI. This time it was for downloading child porn from the notorious website and posting threats to go on a shooting spree at his Michigan college that would result in dozens of fatalities. According to an FBI affidavit, Ali Saad, 19, posted death threats on a popular internet website in late November. In those posts, Saad included photos of Columbine High School killers Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, and wrote that he was confident that he could top the high score amassed by Sung-hee Cho, the Virginia Tech student who killed 32 people in April of 2007. Although the popular internet website was not named in the affidavit, Saad later told reporters that it was 4chan that he uploaded the original post to. On November 27th, Saad wrote of opening fire with an AK-47 at a biology lecture class attended by hundreds of students. Quote, 500 plus students, LOL, unquote, he wrote according to an FBI agent. Saad planned to set up a laptop and broadcast the shooting live online via Stickum, the popular streaming video website. He wrote, 10:45 AM, turn laptop to face 500 plus students, pull out AK-47 I got from gun show and unleash mayhem, definitely going to beat you. That message ended with a, thanks for the help, B-Bros, be sure to tune in. The term B-Bros refers to regulars in the 4chan's anarchic B forum. In response to 4chan's posts, two different people who read Saad's threats online reported him to the FBI. With 4chan's assistance, investigators quickly connected Saad to the messages. The internet protocol address of the computer that posted the message to the website was captured by the website and made available to the FBI. And by made available, the FBI meant it was provided to the agents without the use of a subpoena or search warrant. During a November 29 raid at Dearborn home, Saad reportedly said that he was using his laptop to post a threat to shoot people at Wayne State on the internet 3 separate times. While Saad denied intending to actually commit a shooting, A forensic examination of his computer revealed that he researched other mass shooting incidences in the United States, including school shooting incidences, prior to posting his threat on the internet. While being interviewed by agents, Saad admitted to downloading about 25 child pornography images from 4chan. A review of his laptop hard drive revealed more than 20 stored files containing child pornographic images that were downloaded between November 20th and 21st. In a brief interview, Saad said that he first visited 4chan a week before everything happened, claiming that he went onto the site out of curiosity, since he had seen it described as the dregs of society. Saad, now attending Henry Ford Community College, added, "And I got fucked for it." Saad arraigned Friday at a US district court in Detroit on a pair of felony charges. He's free on a $10,000 bond. Number 5. In a recent development on 4chan demonstrating the sheer strength of the community, 4chan users were able to ensure a competition involving Taylor Swift was won by a particular individual. The contest, sponsored by Boston's Kiss 108 FM, gave one winner the chance to meet Swift, take a photo with her, and attend her show at Gillette Stadium on July 27th. At first, this may not seem so disturbing. However, the details of who the community were promoting soon became apparent to everyone involved. The radio station FAQ page encouraged people to vote for a contest by visiting their unique link daily every 24 hours. It was a blatant plea for traffic, and it made the contest pretty easy to spam. Late Monday night, 4chan began voting for one lonely, quote, fat old guy creep named Charles to help, quote, give him a chance to make a complete ass of himself by blatantly just sniffing her hair with cameras rolling, unquote. The original post requesting the support of the community read as follows: "This is Taylor Swift. She's fucking hot. You know it. A local radio station has a contest going to give some lucky teeny bopper a chance to meet her. My creepy 39-year-old friend named Charles would like to crush all those girls' dreams and then sniff Taylor Swift's hair cause he's into that, by winning this instead. He's made it to 25th place out of over 3,000 applicants with just his friend's support, but he's hitting a plateau. Help him crush the dreams of these girls and give him a chance to make a complete ass of himself by blatantly just sniffing her hair with cameras rolling. Click the link to help a fat old guy creep on Taylor Swift in real life and troll a bunch of whiny teeny boppers." The end result of this community effort actually resulted in Charles winning the competition. However, the competition was cancelled given the circumstances. But this enormous effort by the community demonstrated their capacity to potentially change the lives of some of the wealthiest and most powerful people on the earth. Number 4. Slumped under a heap of blankets in a room in total disarray, she appeared to most observers to be a corpse. But the lifeless character was not a dead person. She is, in fact, a recluse Korean woman who lives her entire life in front of 3 webcams 24 hours a day. Or, at least, that is what people believe. Very little is known about the mysterious woman whose day-to-day activities are followed by thousands of people around the world via the internet on a channel dubbed Chipchan. But despite the lack of information, viewers have become hooked on webcams capturing every moment of her bizarre life. From hundreds of hours of footage, observers have managed to piece together weird aspects of her life. She only rarely leaves her house, thought to be in Seoul, and when she does, she is dressed in a disguise. She also appears to spend up to 20 hours a day asleep, sometimes in a filing cabinet. Internet users have managed to track down a blog which apparently originated from the same place as the webcams. The blog casts more light on the inner workings of the woman's mind. In it, she claims a microchip has been implanted in her ankle, which is used by a corrupt policeman called P to control her actions. She claims this malign character P is stalking her and turns the cameras off when he enters the apartment. Most of the information gleaned about the woman has come from the incoherent rambling messages she scrawls in a strange script on boards for viewers to read. After a painstaking search, someone was able to decipher the words, which read, Don't get tricked, don't get fooled. Early every morning, if someone comes that paralyzes the person, I can't be stopped. Another sign read, the stalker used this skill from 2006. I have slept for 20 hours every day since then. I do not know what have happened while I sleep. I have always been afraid of sleeping. Now the internet has been given over to the people's theories about who this woman is and what she is up to. It is understood local police are aware of her and claim she is mentally ill. There are webcams set up throughout her apartment which she is aware of, and it is speculated that she set the webcams up herself. She rarely, if ever, leaves her home and does nothing other than surf the web and sleep, often 12 hours plus a day. She appears unkempt, in poor health and extremely lethargic. She's been living this way since 2009. She claims that she cannot leave the apartment due to the chip, which she seems to claim has the ability to make her fall asleep. She does not try to contact the police for fear the corrupt police officer P will find out. If her story is true, she's being held captive by P due to the chip implanted in her ankle, which is apparently controlling or monitoring her sleep patterns. The webcams may also be monitored by P. If her story is false, she's most likely a narcoleptic paranoid schizophrenic. Some questions remain unanswered, however. She does not exhibit the usual traits of a paranoid schizophrenic, as she is seemingly comfortable about being watched, which is uncharacteristic of the disorder. Also, narcoleptic individuals fall asleep in intermittent periods and at random, unlike her 12+ hour sleeping sessions. It is also unknown how she manages to survive on her own, or what her source of income is.
Number 3.
On June 16th, 2014, the following post was uploaded to the paranormal section of 4chan.
A friend of mine recently had to send his computer into the shop because he thought he had downloaded some kind of virus. At the same time, he kept telling me about weird shit that kept happening to him in his house. The main one is he's having issues with both his lights and his television turning either on or off when he knows that he left them the other way before leaving the room and returning. He hasn't actually witnessed them going out, but they're always opposite of how he left them. From what I've heard, the only real thing that he noticed being up with his computer is that he kept finding images and text files in his download folder that he had never knowingly downloaded. Long story short, this got me thinking, do you think it could ever be possible for some kind of paranormal entity to either fuck with your computer, or maybe even could the computer be the original source of whatever is fucking up with this house?
It wasn't long before 4chan users posted back. Some people dismissed the post as fake, but further details soon unfolded which led to stranger things occurring for the original poster and for others associated with the post. The original poster uploaded the following 2 images. Theories began to pop up as to what the images meant. Most were dismissed until a poster noted that the 2 images appeared to be pictures of a hairline and a jaw or chin, which meant that the images were part of a face. However, without the other sections of the image, it was still difficult to conclude what the images were trying to say. During the hustle of the community to try and decipher the meaning of the images, a user noticed a strange development in the hairline part of the image. Buried within the image were the words "rep raw," which, when translated from Greek to Welsh, translated as "I am." After some further investigation, one of the users discovered a binary sequence for the image and decoded the number into text. The text translated into the word God. Soon after this decoding, the original uploader posted a follow-up image. One of the users converted the image into red and black and then stretched the image to fit the previous 2 pieces. The original poster, who was now shocked at the developments underway, called a friend who soon suggested that he begin recording his home, as the original poster was experiencing strange phenomena within his home. The original poster did this and began recording his home. You can view the recording in a link I've put in the description below, but the link is very difficult to track down on the internet, so be sure to check it out soon. The video contains the original poster videotaping his home. In the video, the original poster appears somewhat distressed as he is filming his home, and in a recent development, the YouTube community has caught on to another strange development. At the 18 to 19 second mark, a voice can actually be heard saying what sounds like, "Don't run from me." Also within the video, one of the 4chan community members was able to capture a still frame image of a face within the window of the original poster's home. The community began to debate as to what this all meant, but before long, the original poster uploaded another image to the thread. One of the 4chan users, who was thoroughly intrigued by the entire event, decided to try and summarize everything. However, during his attempt to post his summary, as he was verifying his post through the 4chan coded verification system, he was confronted with the following image instead of the sequence of numbers and letters normally required to post. The image appears to be the same image of the captured face within the window of the room of the original poster's home. The original poster began posting that he and his friend began feeling very sick and paranoid about the entire event, and maintained that they felt as if a presence was with them, and that they felt as if they were being watched. While this entire event was taking place on one thread, strangely, another image is uploaded onto another separate thread containing the last piece of the puzzle. Weirdly enough, after the face was completed, many 4chan users were unable to access the thread, and some also reported that their computers began randomly shutting down when they tried to access the thread again. Also, during this time, another 4chan user received an anonymous text message while trying to access the thread. The text message allegedly came from an anonymous number, and the displayed name for the text message was simply "Who". The text message contained a picture of a knife being held up to the face of dolls, along with a Mother Teresa figure containing the words, "Fuck the whore". Soon after this, one of the 4chan users suggested to the user who received the text message that he send the image of the face to the anonymous number. The poster soon received another strange text, but this time the text came in the form of binary. The text message, when translated, contained the phrase, "We all die". To this day, no further development has come in and no new information is present. However, many 4chan members are eager for updates. Number 2. On the 21st of July 2014, a 4chan post was uploaded by an Israeli soldier containing information pertaining to why he was deserting the Israeli Defense Force. The original poster uploaded the post at 1 PM of that day. The post was titled, "Goodbye Israeli Defense Force, Deserter," and read as follows. "I can't take this anymore, guys. Me and my squad were ordered to demolish a hospital because it was supposedly a Hamas de facto headquarters. I know this is not true because I was sent to that hospital on an undercover mission not too long ago, and there was nothing there, just the nice staff. I left the battlefield as I now know the true intentions of my higher-ups. I'll probably be tortured and left in jail for quite a while for deserting, but I don't care anymore. Too much innocent blood on my hands. Goodbye. I've had a fun time hanging here. Don't give up hope, and I hope you live a good life." The original poster also provided a photo of his dog tags, along with his passport and a posted note reading, "4chan, IDF Deserter." It was not long after this that 4chan users began searching the web for clues as to whether or not the post contained any legitimacy to it. At 2:30 PM, a post with a new article link was provided and appears to pertain to the event that the soldier had deserted his post for. The report is titled, "Gaza Conflict, 5 Dead at Hospital Hit by Israeli Strike." The caption underneath reads, "Paul Adams reports from the almost deserted streets of Shaf in Gaza where rockets are coming in all the time. At least 5 people have been killed and 70 injured by an Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza, Palestinians say." Number 1. In May of 2010, an anonymous post detailing a type of experiment was posted onto the 4chan forum. The post outlined instructions involving heat, a spoon, and duct tape. I know this is not Vidya related, but you have to try this. 1. Go to your kitchen and find a nice metal spoon. Teaspoons work too, but normal ones are better. Get yourself a lighter. The bigger the flame, the better. Get some duct tape and wrap it around the handle, about 4 to 6 layers. Start heating up the spoon with the lighter. Make it really hot. Holding it just above the flame for about 2 minutes should work. Go to the faucet and turn on the cold water, full force. Hold the spoon directly under the faucet. Shit massive bricks. Post results. It was not long after this that 4chan users began posting the results of the experiment. The posts show that the experiment had resulted in serious wounds, mostly to people's hands after holding the spoon. However, some posts also contain information pertaining to much more serious wounds. You think this is fucking funny? I tried this with my friend and Eric has no fucking eyes. His eyes are fucking gone. Fuck you, you fucking shit much. It was not long after these results from the experiment had come in that another poster responded with the following. Allow me to explain it for you people. By heating the duct tape, you are causing it to loosen and expand. It also causes the spoon to weaken in strength, but it takes a while for the heat to transfer through the tape to the spoon, which is why he said to heat it for 2 minutes. Once they're both nice and hot, the cold water hits the duct tape and forces it to cool and contract around the spoons, which is amplified through each layer of the duct tape, creating a super strong grip. The spoon still retains most of the heat because the tape is an insulator, so it's still weak. Hulk grip plus weak metal equals... G'day mates, it's B-Buster here. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video guys. It would be awesome if you could like, share, comment and subscribe if you're new. Also, don't forget you can follow me on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for updates throughout the week. Be sure to continue to drop suggestions as to what you guys want to see next, as that's always really helpful for me. And please keep sending in your stories to my email, as the next big subscribers edition video will be coming up soon again. All these are in the links in the description below guys. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this 4chan video. It actually took a lot of effort for me to find these posts and for Gloomy and I to research these things, so it would be awesome if you could support this video. A huge thanks again for supporting the Hive guys. The channel just continues to grow and it's all thanks to you guys. So thank you once again, and I'll see you mates in the next one.
So my parents divorced when I was 7 years old. I have an older brother who was 9 at the time of the divorce, and my mum got full custody of us, and we would only see our dad every other weekend. My mum was a waitress, so she didn't have a steady income, and we struggled a lot. And because of that, we moved around a lot, because we were constantly being evicted from our homes. When I was about 10 years old, we settled down in a home in a not-so-great part of town. Despite this was the biggest and nice house that we had ever had. It was also really cheap compared to the other places that we stayed in the years prior. But there were always creepy things that happened in this house. For instance, our TV in the living room would just turn on and off by itself. One night, in fact, my brother and I were laying on the couch in our living room just trying to go to sleep. This wasn't uncommon for us, as we slept in there many nights throughout our time there. And our TV came on as we were dozing off. Angrily, I got up and unplugged the TV from the wall and sleepily crawled back into our couch. A little while later, I could hear the faint static of the TV turning back on. I got up and went to unplug the TV, forgetting that I'd already done this previously, and when I realized, I freaked out and pressed the power button on the TV to get it to turn back off. And after that, I didn't sleep much that night. A few months passed by and I'm laying in my bed this time. I'm not really trying to sleep, I'm just kind of laying there, and it was really quiet in my room when, out of nowhere, I heard a tap on my window. It was like a tap that you'd make with the pad of your finger, not your fingernail. I jumped off my bed and ran as fast as I could to my brother's room, which was right next to mine, and I turned on his bedroom light and was hysterically trying to explain to him what had happened in my bedroom seconds prior.
I was begging him to let me sleep in the room with him because I was afraid to be alone at this point. He agreed, and I got into his bed, and after a few moments of laying there, we heard the same 2 taps on his window. Well, without saying a word, we both jumped out of bed and ran into our mum's room. We were crying and telling her what had just happened, and she had been asleep and was irritated that we woke her up. She groaned and told us that we were probably just hearing things and that we needed to go back to bed. But as soon as she finished her sentence, someone tapped on her window the exact same way that they had done to my brother and I. My mum obviously shot up at this and told us that we could sleep with her that night. Somehow, we all managed to get to sleep that night with no further disturbances, but it was creepy. Another thing that happened was during the summer when my brother and I were at school. My mum worked every day from around 8 to 3 p.m, so she would leave us at home with her boyfriend at the time. He was a nice guy, but he didn't really do much. He just stayed awake all night and slept all day long. It was early in the morning and my brother and I were playing hide-and-seek tag. This is pretty much just hide-and-seek, but when you find the person, you have to tag them before it was their turn. We made sure to be as quiet as possible, so as we didn't wake my mum's boyfriend. I was the seeker and I found my brother, but before I could tag him, he just jumped up and ran outside. I chased after him and shut the door behind me, and after a quick loop around the house, my brother went back inside. He stopped at the door and I tagged him and laughed out, "You're it." He looked at me confused and I asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at me and said, "The door's locked." I thought that he was crazy and I went to open the door and sure enough it was locked. But it wasn't locked by the knob. The deadbolt was locked. It was something that could only be done from the inside. We ran to my mum's bedroom and banged on the window trying to wake up her boyfriend. He was a heavy sleeper and actually never woke up to let us in. Hours pass and my mum comes home and lets us into the house. My mum had also told me that there were some nights that she was sleeping in bed and she would hear my brother screaming his lungs out for her as he had just seen something terrifying. My mum would jump up and run into his room, only to realize that we were at our dad's house for the weekend. She said that this happened to her multiple times too. One night at around 3 a.m, we were all in our bedrooms just sleeping soundly, but were woken up by a loud crash in our storage room. We all slowly tiptoed out of our rooms to find all of our Christmas ornaments broken on the floor. We had been staying here for over 6 months by this point, and our storage tubs were stacked neatly in our storage room. We also didn't have a cat or any other animal that could have knocked them over. We also had carpet, not hard wood, so all of the ornaments being shattered seemed just really unusual. Well, we cleaned up the broken pieces and we just went back to bed. The last thing that happened in that house before we moved out was actually while we were on vacation. My mum had a friend who let us stay over while we were gone for a week. He didn't have a house of his own and he sort of just hopped from couch to couch, so this would only make sense for him to stay over. About halfway through the week, my mum received a text from him and it read, "I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore." My mum walked into another room and called him to ask what was going on. After their conversation, my mum explained to us that her friend was sitting on her bed in her bedroom with the door cracked open, and he said that he had heard a noise and looked through the crack of the door and saw a little girl looking back at him. He said that he got up to check it out thinking that he was seeing things, and he said that when he opened the door he saw the little girl running away from him. She was apparently wearing a white dress, and he said that she ran into the storage room, and he explained that she didn't look scared and more like she was laughing, and it looked almost as if she was trying to play hide and seek with him. But after that, he just packed his bag and left, and I just never saw him again after that. We moved out of that house and nothing has happened to us since then. But surprisingly enough though, we actually know the people who live in that house today. They have said that they've experienced some weird things, but they haven't really gone into detail about it. All I can say is that I'm just happy that I'm not living there anymore.
My uncle had always told me about some strange things happening in my grandmother's house when he spent the night. First, I'm going to talk about his experience and then mine. I'll try and keep this short. So, to give some backstory on how this house is so haunted, my grandmother has had 2 miscarriages, 1 boy, 1 girl, and her husband, aka my grandfather, passed around the time that this all started happening. My uncle would tell me of events of pots smashing together to wake them up in the middle of the night and seeing shadows and all sorts of stuff. But his most memorable experience was when he was making food around 10 p.m, when he asked my little cousin if she wanted any food. With the living room being right down the hall from the kitchen, he heard her reply yes. So he started making the food and asked if she wanted him to bring it over to her. Another faint yes was heard again, so he brings the plate down the hallway to the living room, only to find her dead asleep on the couch. He wakes her up asking if she had been talking to him the whole time, and she replied no. Why? Still groggy from just being woken up. This, obviously, sent shivers down his spine. Now, in my experience, my cousin and I had spent the night together at my grandmother's house to keep her company so that she wouldn't have to be alone there. But we went outside for a quick smoke and then went back in to finally get some sleep. He slept upstairs while I slept downstairs, and I turned the TV on for some background noise and passed out on the couch. It was around 2 a.m. when I was woken up to the sound of people whispering from the kitchen. Now, let me remind you that I was asleep on the couch in the living room, which is down the hall from the kitchen. So, me being the curious 17-year-old at the time that I was, I decided to see who was awake and what they were doing. The closer I got to the kitchen, the louder the whispers seemed to get too. And as I stepped into the kitchen, the whispers just stopped and I was left alone with only the sound of my breath going on. I could have swore that I heard people talking in here though, I thought to myself. I decided to look around the house a little more to make sure it wasn't coming from a different room, and after every room being empty, I just decided to brush it off and head back to the couch. I only made it halfway down the hallway though to the living room when I started hearing the whispers again. I couldn't make out any words, it just sounded kind of like a group of people talking together in a low voice. I decided to turn around one last time when again the whispers stopped and I was left in the kitchen by myself again. At this point, I was freaking out pretty bad, but decided to just sleep just to hurry up and get through the night. As I walked for the 3rd time back to the living room, I started hearing the whispers again coming from behind me. I didn't even look back this time though, and decided to just try my best to ignore it by turning up the volume on the TV. And after a little while, I ended up falling asleep till the next morning. When I woke up, I told everyone about what had happened, and to be honest, no one was surprised. My grandmother's house is pretty notorious for events such as this, and to this day, I still wonder where the whispers were coming from. I don't know what happened that night, but I can't help but think that it was spirits or something. When I was around 11, I had awful nightmares. Reoccurring nightmares, in fact, about a terrifying character, and they would always start the same. I would be doing something that brought me intense joy, though I can't really remember those parts, and at the height of that feeling, something would happen. Something out of a slasher film. I was absolutely terrified of anything bloody or insidious as a child. I remember my brother and sister actually sat me down to try and watch an episode of Family Guy to normalize that humor for me, but it was an episode where Peter and the chicken fought, and it was extremely bloody and violent, and I just lost my shit. I say this so that you know that I got disturbed very easily back then. But back to the dream for now. So, after something extremely satisfying would begin to conclude, a loud bass hum would fill the air and everyone around me would become instilled with what I can only describe as a primal fear. The looks on their faces would make me fall down and sob, and I would cover my eyes and I'd hear a slaughterhouse around me. There would be spilling of blood and the sharp pain from head-splitting shrieks and cries, and it was just honestly so fucked. And after a short moment of listening to my friends and family get murdered, the bass hum would stop and I'd hear someone run around quietly snickering to itself. It was as if a child was running around playing hide-and-go-seek or something. And then I'd hear complete silence as their feet would slowly form to the carpet or whatever surface it was. This dream usually took place in many different places, as they walked towards my backside. It would always stop at least 3 feet behind me, but I don't know why, and after some haunting silence, they'd speak, but it was always a different line, and here's a couple that I remember. There was, "I'm sorry, yeah, we've all heard it. I love my name, but let's just say it's Rob. Sorry, I'm busy." And this one, which the voice would say a lot, "So is it Sunday yet?" He would say something along with that sometimes, but I don't really remember now. His voice sounded like an older guy, deepening his voice, but also talking in a kind of kiddish tone, or just being a little goofy. It wasn't too deep, and it was also a little scratchy, and after that I'd wake up around 2 or 4 in the morning, unless I stayed up all night, which I'd wake up to be pretty late. So this all happened for a while, probably around 2 or 3 months, but when you're dealing with that stuff, it usually just feels longer, and it was also a long time ago, so it was probably shorter than that, but I'm not too sure. It didn't stop abruptly, though. I just had dreams less and less, and it really fucked me up as a kid, and it kind of changed me. It didn't turn me into a different person or anything. I just got much more serious and paranoid after that, which eventually went away. And now, I come to my actual experience. So, this was around 2 years ago, I think. I was living with my mum in an apartment, and I just went to the movies with 3 of my friends. We didn't really enjoy the movie or anything and left early to head to my place, and we arrived and all of us kind of slumped onto the furniture in the bedroom because we had walked back. So, as we sat down and I turned the TV on for my friends, I heard faint talking in the back, but my mum was home, so I didn't think much about it. We put on a Paranormal Activity show because we actually enjoyed that movie, but really we just sat and talked around and joked mostly. It was honestly a great night, and I had liked a girl that was there who was a friend of mine, and we were really hitting it off all night, but in the middle of us joking about the movie, I heard my mum call me. I hushed my friends and paused the movie and yelled, "What, Ma?" There was no answer, so I yelled louder, "Ma, what?" There was no answer again, so I got up and went to the entrance of the hallway, intent on going to my mother's room to express my annoyance for having to get up and see her, but I stopped at the hallway because I heard a weird guttural sound from the back. The sound also echoed, so I knew it was from the bathroom. I yelled, "Mum, are you in the bathroom?" and my friends laughed at this. And then I recognized the voice. And then I remembered my mum was in Chico for the night, and I stopped, and I'm sure I had that same look as the ones I remembered in my dreams. My friends thought that I was just fucking around, like I just saw my mum come out of the shower or something. But then the voice spoke loud enough for them to hear, and I'll never forget what it said. It was kind of a jumbled mess, but the voice said, "Yeah, tonight I'll pick you up. Then I'll rip you in half. But how? How? Rob will know. But no. How? Forget." During that whole dialogue, I told my friends that we need to leave now, and I rushed outside as they looked dumbfounded and confused. That last word was the last thing that I heard as I slammed the door too, and I'm sure it would have continued. I ran to the street and called my mum, and she then told me to call the police, so I did. They showed up and did their usual thing and then just left, and obviously there wasn't anything in the house. They told us that it was late, but that doesn't mean it wasn't our neighbours, and I wanted to believe that too, but I swear that it sounded exactly what I heard when I was a kid. and I swear that it was definitely in my bathroom. Well, after that, my friends told me that it was fine and they all went home, hiding how scared that they were, probably trying to make me feel better or something. I knew too because my best friend was supposed to stay over, but all of a sudden his mum needed him to do stuff at 12 at night. I began to have a dream that night again, and I forced myself awake just as I heard that bass hum. I ran for the lights and I didn't sleep much for the next week and a half. But I haven't had that dream since. I know I might sound crazy, but I know that I heard that thing in my house, and I know for sure that my friends heard it too. So, I'll get started with a little bit about myself. I'm 19 years old and currently live in the UK. Previously, I was an extreme skeptic of all things supernatural. Ghosts and demons and all those stories just never fazed me, as I can normally convince myself of a rational explanation. However, lately I've had strange experiences that seem to have changed the way that I think. Not about ghosts or that sort of stuff, but about aliens. You see, I've always had an underlying fear of grey aliens. Not an extreme phobia or anything, such as arachnophobia, where the sufferers can't even look or hear about their feared creatures. In fact, I have an extreme interest in the concept of aliens and wish to believe that they're real and we're not alone in the universe. However, something about the idea of grey aliens just presents me with an intense feeling of dread and despair when I think about them in my own life. I can't sleep being able to see outside or facing anything with a corner that I cannot see around. I also find it difficult to sleep without any kind of sound to distract myself with and help me doze off without much thought. Now, approximately 3 months ago, I encountered my first ever night terror. These were common for my dad, who experienced them for years. His night terrors, however, were generally funny, him seeing weird things like my nan's eyes glowing neon that woke him up screaming. My only night terror to date was very different. I laid in bed with my girlfriend and fell asleep, and I remember each part of the dream like it was real. I awoke in the same clothes, with the same sleeping position, with my curtains in the same position and everything. The curtains were slightly open, so I did struggle to sleep, but I didn't want to make a fuss and look like an idiot in front of her or anything. A boyfriend who can't sleep because he's scared of the tiniest side of the outside? Get a grip, man. The only thing that happened in the dream, though, was that I could see a face, a dead center of the gap in the window. It didn't move and it didn't blink, it just sort of floated there looking at me. Whatever it was, though, it wasn't human. Its face was long, almost shaped like a slice of pizza or something, rounded at the top and thin down to the point at the bottom. It may have been that it was blocked by the curtains too, but this was all I could see, and as much as I wanted to see, to be honest. Its eyes were large, too large, black as night, no pupils, no movement, just there, but I could tell that it was looking at me too. I felt the same sense of dread that I do with the alien fear that I have, feelings of my heart sinking and an inability to move, and in fear of what might be waiting around each corner. I awoke hyperventilating, in fact the same hyperventilating I encountered at the end of my dream. My girlfriend woke me up in fear of what was going on with me, but I just shrugged it off as a nightmare. Ever since, though, strange things have been occurring in the house. My family had reported strange things happening before, but my lack of experience has led me to believe them to be explainable, weird things that just happened for a reason or something, such as a lack of balance or wind from outside, the usual. My mother claimed that she had seen a man look at her through the doorway of our living room, but disappear when she looked directly at the area. Her and my brother's girlfriend also experienced the same dream on the same night, talking to twin girls by each of their respective bedsides. My brother and sister claimed to see shadows run past doorways, and my father claimed curtains moved on their own with no windows open. I never truly believed these claims, until my experiences started. Since that night terror,
Weird things have been happening around the home, which, to be honest, really terrify me. Items have flown from sides which we could not see but were impossible to fall. Entire books, which weighed upwards of 1 kilogram approximately, fell to the floor despite being completely on the side, with no parts over the edge. Loud bangs were heard at night from our downstairs that scared our animals and sounded like gunshots, but nothing moved upon investigation. As I live in the UK, it's also extremely difficult to get a hold of firearms, and nobody, as far as I know in our local area, has even held a rifle, let alone shot one in their house. Our cat continues to look at things too, which just aren't there, following them around rooms with their eyes, which dilate to their maximum level, looking at nothing. Knocking has been heard at our back door too, which is made entirely of glass, mind you, meaning that we would see anyone who would do it. Our technology constantly bugs out too, with lights flickering constantly, light bulbs lasting no longer than a few weeks at most, and Wi-Fi in our home being ineffective despite constant upgrades and extenders. It almost feels as if something is blocking electrical signals, especially in my room, as I plugged a cable straight into the router that connects to my Xbox 2 floors up, which one night was just pulled out from underneath my door, despite being so tightly wrapped anywhere besides just outside my room that pulling on it from anywhere other than there would conclude with failure. The weird experience, though, was straight after we heard the knocking on the back door. I retreated lazily up to my room to just play video games, and the top landing light was broken again, meaning that it was not on, and no other upstairs room lights were turned on, with my door being shut, and suddenly a bright blue flash occurred as if it originated from my room, almost as if someone had just used an extremely powerful torch that filled the entire floor for a second, despite my door being completely closed. I have no idea what these things mean, and I try to explain away, but I feel as though each event just keeps drawing me back to that one night terror with that face that scared me to death. Even as I write, I can feel that dread engulf me. I'm unable to stay calm, and feeling as though around every corner something just continues to peer around and watch my every moment. I just want to know what's wrong, to be honest. If it is psychological, then what can I do to fix it? I don't know if it is aliens like I believe it might be, but that dread that I feel with the face, these events, and my previous feelings about aliens are one and the same, and I want to know what I can do to just make it stop. At the time this story took place, I was about 13 years old. My parents split when I was pretty young, and my mum had to provide for my sister and myself, and my mum is really honest and thorough with her work, so she found it rewarding to clean offices and houses for money. My sister and I often went with her to clean up too, and by the time that this story took place, we were pretty used to it. So, my mum had 3 buildings she cleaned regularly, which we came up with nicknames for. There was the main building, the red building, and the brick building. Brilliant, I know. We had to clean all 3 buildings that night, so we started with the red building. This, out of all the places that I've ever been to help my mum, was my least favourite. I hated going there. It looked normal from the outside, mind you, but every time I took a step inside, I felt depressed and uneasy. It was like all the purpose of life had just been sucked out of the world, and I just wanted to fall asleep. At this time, it had been a while since we had visited the red building, and there was this bathroom in the surveillance room that needed a clean badly. The surveillance room was usually locked, and I actually had never been in this room. The first thing my sister and I noticed was the wall of monitors, each displaying the feed of the security cameras that were everywhere in the building. We had some fun playing around with the monitors, making one of us stay in the surveillance room while the others make faces and stuff in the camera in another room. I would like to mention too that my sister and I have a close relationship, and we've always just been weird. We both laugh at jokes and stupid stuff, and we also like to scare each other. Anyway, our mum got onto us about goofing around and assigned us both some jobs.
After about an hour and a half of scrubbing and vacuuming and whatnot, we were almost done, and my mum was in the break room kitchen and my sister was hovering somewhere nearby. I was extremely tired by this point, and I just wanted to lie down or do anything except work. I was watching my mum prepare the water to mop the kitchen with when she asked me if I would like to mop or go and turn off the lights upstairs. I was so exhausted that I was only thinking about not doing work, so I decided to turn off the lights and I headed up the narrow stairs into the kitchen. The layout of the upstairs was odd since it used to be an apartment building. But there are two sets of staircases on opposite sides of the building, and I went up the ones in the kitchen. The other set was in the entryway of the front door. At the top of those stairs there was this hallway too that I always like to avoid. So I started turning off lights one by one, and I was thinking about how we still had two other buildings to clean and I needed to pull myself together. I blocked out my surroundings and was effortlessly flipping switches. The second that I walked into the hallway that I tried to avoid, I became a little more aware of what I was doing. Ever since I was little, I've been afraid of the dark, so I started turning off the lights in the offices that surrounded the hallway. I got carried away in shutting off the lights, to which, when I reached the point to turn off the hallway light, I jumped from a small step in an office doorway to the center of the hall. The hallway ceiling was really high, so the light switch was actually just a string that dangled from it. I wrapped my hand around the string and pulled, and as soon as the room went dark, I was filled with dread. And then I heard a very soft grunt coming from behind me. It sounded like when a person dies naturally and their body relaxes or something, so all the air in their lungs is just released. As soon as I heard it, my whole body stiffened with fear too, and adrenaline, and I started to sweat. It felt like if I turned around, I was going to die or something. Like whatever I saw, if I looked behind me, would consume me whole. I felt so powerless and terrified, and I didn't know what to think, and just that if I stayed there any longer, I was going to get hurt. My body took over my mind through adrenaline, and I ran down the stairs faster than I knew I could. I ran directly into the surveillance room, hoping that my sister was in there, and I called out her name. No response. I was so desperate and terrified that I ran over to the monitors and started scanning for anyone near me that I could run to. The first movement I saw was in the screen that showed the stairs that I had just run down, and I saw my sister walking down them with her coat and Boba Fett hat on with a mop in her hand. I took a deep breath and lied down on the couch that was in the surveillance room, and I was so relieved that it was my sister. I knew that she had just scared me and that she always did that, and it made perfect sense. I had thought that she mopped the kitchen and then followed me up the stairs and took the opportunity to scare me. After I calmed down, I walked into the kitchen where I saw my mum and my sister talking. I leaned on the island counter and told my sister that she scared me, and she looks at me and asks, "What?" I repeated myself, and she asks when she scared me. I told her that she came up behind me upstairs when I was turning off the lights, and I laughed and asked if I looked dumb running down the stairs. Both my mum and my sister weren't laughing though, but they were staring at me with confused faces, so I asked them what. My sister began to say that she was downstairs talking to her mum ever since I walked up to turn the lights off. I told her that I knew that she was lying because I saw her on the cameras walking down the stairs. I described that I saw her holding a mop and that she was wearing both her hat and coat. And then my mum chimes in that my sister wasn't lying and that they really were talking. I began to think at this point that my mum was in the joke too, so I told my sister to follow me to the surveillance room, and I pointed to the exact monitor I saw her walking down the stairs on. And that was when she told me that she took off her coat the second we walked into the building and hadn't put it back on since. She also only walked down those stairs once with the mop, but that was way earlier. I was confused and a little bit scared, and when we packed up our things and we got into the car, my sister told me what doppelgangers are. I never knew what they were before this, and I had never heard a story about them either, which only makes it more terrifying for me, to be honest. I thought of every way that I could rationalize this, but nothing just ever made sense. First, I thought maybe the footage wasn't live, but then remembered how my sister and I were playing with the cameras. Maybe I was just paranoid about the dark, but I do know for sure what I felt was real. I still don't fully understand what happened, and I wonder what would have happened if I had turned around instead of running. Anyway, I know some people are bound not to believe me, but I'm thankful for the people that don't think I'm crazy because they've experienced the same exact thing. So my father has had his fair share of strange and paranormal encounters in his lifetime so far. However, one experience that really stuck to him took place in 1982 when he was 13 and still living in the Philippines. He was attending school at Christ the King Missionary Seminary in Quezon City, a Roman Catholic institution that prepared students for priesthood. Obviously, my father never followed through with the program, thank goodness, as he admitted that he was never really serious about becoming a priest and that joining the seminary was really just a means for him to live more independently. And apparently, this story is partly responsible for changing his mind. So, my father and his friends, John, Rob, Richard, and Nick, all attended the seminary, but none of whom actually became priests either. Go figure. Everything stemmed from when Nick got sick with the flu one time. He was quarantined in the seminary infirmary so as to prevent other students from getting sick, as was standard procedure. And no one thought anything of it, to be honest. It was when he was released 2 days later, though, that things started getting weird. My dad explained that Nick came back acting abnormally reserved and just quiet. Instead of laughing and joking around in the mass hall, he would just stay silent, sometimes with his head down and sometimes just staring blankly at the window, never looking at or talking to anyone. One day, though, during lunch, my dad and the rest of the group noticed tears running down Nick's face as he just quietly cried at the table, head still down and still refusing to talk to anyone. Concerned, my dad and his friends notified one of the seminary regents, sort of like a cross between a youth leader and an RA, and Nick was summoned into the regent's office. The group approached the regent after the fact, asking what was up with Nick and if he was okay. The regent explained that after asking Nick what was wrong and if he was okay, Nick finally admitted that there's this man who's following me and I didn't want to say anything because I didn't think anyone would believe me. Nick was then asked to describe the man who was following him, and he explained that the man was wearing a pair of jeans but was shirtless and he apparently had no face. According to the regent, after Nick described what the man looked like, he completely snapped, panicking and sobbing, yelling things at the regent like, "I really don't want to see him anymore. Please, I don't want to see him. Just help me. Please help me." The regent, along with the prefect, who was sort of like a school principal, the priest, who were also present in the office, had to hold Nick down as he was just completely distraught. After praying for a bit, they were able to calm Nick down and assured him that they'd always be available if he ever needed anything, before dismissing him from their office. Although disturbed by the incident, my father initially thought that maybe excessive stress might have been the cause of his friend's outburst or something. However, it should also be noted that the possibility of ghosts and demons and other malicious entities were no surprise to the seminarians, as new students were always initially warned that because the seminary was a house of reformation and that students were preparing themselves to carry out God's work, resistance coming from opposing entities who wanted to drive out students were common and to be expected. Either way, my dad and the rest of the group gave Nick his space for the next couple of days, assuming that he just wanted to be alone for a while until he felt more like himself. That is, until the night things came to a head. Now, everyone was in their dorm rooms rooms, and Nick and my father and their friend Richard had their beds situated right next to each other. Everyone was setting up their mosquito nets and getting ready to sleep when a sudden shout from Nick just startled everyone. He began yelling, "Get away from me." According to my father, his outcry was followed by 2 aggressive swings as Nick tried to fight off some unseen assailant. And what happened next, my father still truly doesn't know what to believe. He apparently watched as Nick's head just whipped back as if he was struck by a blow to the jaw. And then his whole body was forcefully thrown into the air. My father, although somewhat religious, is still a fairly skeptical guy, and he claims that the way that Nick's body was shoved back just seemed genuine, with no bend to his knees to justify him simply just jumping back like that. If it was all just in his head, then my dad stated that Nick was a really good actor. But the night only got stranger from there. As soon as Nick was struck by this unseen force, he got knocked unconscious and the regent was called immediately, followed by the prefect and priest. Together they carried Nick into the regent's office. As disturbed and afraid as my father was, he, John and Rob ended up trailing behind them, partly out of concern but mainly out of plain stupid curiosity. The doors of the regent's office were shut behind the group and my father was immediately regretting being so nosy. The room was incredibly tense and thick with fear. It was evident on even the priest's face that he was wary and reluctant of having to deal with Nick and a possible demon. The regent, prefect, and priest all figured that my dad and the group would stick around to help with praying over him and help him regain consciousness, and they quickly do as instructed and start praying the rosary. As if the night wasn't already creepy enough, halfway through praying the Hail Mary, my father's friend John just starts to talk complete gibberish, and what my father could only explain as speaking in tongues. After this nonsensical outburst, John promptly collapses, and luckily the priest was quick enough to catch him and set him on the floor before he hit his head on anything. At this point, my father is just confused and terrified as all hell, wishing that he'd never decided to join the damn seminary in the first place, and that he could just be safe at home instead, watching episodes of Three's Company with his dad. Of course, there wasn't much else that they could do at that moment, other than continue to pray and hope things got better. John regained consciousness shortly after, almost as if nothing had happened, although noticeably confused. My father actually asked him what the hell caused him to talk like he did, to which John replied with a repeated, "I don't know." They finished praying after a while, and Nick was still unconscious. Deciding that the group had done all that they could do to help, the regent, the prefect, and the priest all agreed that the boys should go back to their dorms and get some sleep, telling them that Nick would stay in the office with them overnight, presumably to continue watch and pray over him and perhaps call medical authorities. The group obeyed and returned to their dorm, rejoining the rest of the students who were just as unnerved and unable to sleep from the night's turn of events. My dad's friend Reggie, whose bed was right next to his, meekly asked him if they could share a bed as he was too afraid to be alone, to which my father agreed. My dad remembers that he and Reggie were shaking so violently from fear that he could hear the bed frame shake as well, something that he laughs about now, despite being so unsettled at the time. The next morning, Nick's parents picked him up from the seminary for a 2-week leave, and apparently when he came back the 2 weeks later, Nick was just back to his normal self, and no one ever brought it up after that. A while after these events, long after my father and his friends had left the seminary, Nick had a falling out with a group over personal issues, and so my dad is just no longer in contact with them. But John is still a close family friend though, and my father will sometimes bring their story back up with him, and he's considered extreme anxiety or paranoia and everything as possible explanations for what happened at the seminary. However, those are all just theories, and they really don't fit all that well. It remains something that my father just still cannot fully explain. I mean, the fact that he had a flu and everything could explain why maybe he was having some sort of hallucination. But the way my father describes that night when he was like punched and pushed and thrown into the air or whatever it was. He still wonders over that. I'm from Canada, Alberta, and that's all I can really say is I have to keep things as private as possible. I've worked at this nursing home for about 1.5 years as a cleaner and a food server now. I usually work the late cleaning shifts, and as of late I've had weird things happen. Things just keep progressing the longer I work here too. And things are especially strange in one area of the building particularly. I can assure you that this is all 100% true as well. I used to be skeptical about things like this until I started working here. So, here's when it all started. I went in to do my late shift as any other day, but please note that I'm also pregnant in these stories. So late shifts include cleaning the dining rooms and the kitchens and doing all the laundry from that day. Mind you, this is a really big old facility and I'm working alone on late shifts. There's 2 dining rooms that can sit 70 people at least, and 1 kitchen and 1 laundry room that have those big industrial washers and dryers. So there is always lots of cleaning to be done. I was doing my usual routine, sweeping the floors of the first dining room before mopping it, when I suddenly smelled a really bad odor, and it made me sick to my stomach. I thought that maybe the cooks had left some rotten meat in the trash can, but to my surprise, all the garbages were cleaned out. I went back down to the dining room, though, to figure out where the smell was coming from, and I followed the smell down past the kitchens and into the hallway where the rooms are. This was the east wing of the building, and there's only 5 residents living in this area of the building, and it includes our laundry room area as well. This wing is the older wing that has yet to be renovated, so a lot of the rooms are empty. I followed the smell down the hall, all the way to the empty room at the end of the hallway, and I knew nobody lived in there. I knew all my residents well and where they all lived. This room is room 218, and you could just smell the foul odor emanating from the door. I assumed that the cleaning ladies from the morning had left a trash bag full of rotten food in there or something. They often leave things behind while cleaning, so no harm done. I thought I'll just throw it out myself. But because of fire safety policies of our facility, I had a master key that unlocked all the rooms. I unlocked the door and opened to the room, and the smell just hit me and almost made me puke right there. Covering my nose, I proceeded to walk into the room as there was an immediate noticeable change in temperature. It was like the AC had been running in this room all day, and I just had a terrible and uneasy feeling the whole time that I was in there, and I immediately wanted to leave. I searched the room quickly for anything that could be making the horrible smell, and I was confused when all there was an empty closet and bathroom. I just thought that maybe it could be a dead animal stuck in the wall and I'd have to leave a note to my manager. I unlocked the door and started down the hall, and then suddenly I heard a really loud knock against the door. A chill ran through my whole body as I turned around to face the door, and I was sure nobody was in there as I'd just been in there. And then I heard it again, but this time much louder, twice as hard on the door in fact, and I felt pale. Being the pregnant and cowardly girl that I was, I just began to run down the hall as fast as I could manage. I didn't know what or who or what the hell was going on with that room, but I felt that I had a reason to be afraid. I got back to the kitchen fast and dialed 911 on the phone, as I was sure that someone had broken in and was messing with me. I told the operator that it was a possible break-in, and they told me that there was a policeman on patrol 2 minutes away, and I sighed at my luck and waited at the front doors. When the policeman finally showed up, I explained everything as I showed him what room. He went down the hall and cleared the room, and he told me that nobody was found, and the room had still been locked. Even the windows were untouched, and he said that there was no smell. I was startled by this because only a few minutes ago, I could have sworn that I smelt rotting meat and heard the knocks. I ruled it out as my tiredness and my pregnancy brain at the time, and
He took a report and went on his way. Mind you, I was still very uneasy as I finished up my shift, but this was the first time I've experienced anything paranormal. The second time, again, I was working the late shift one night and I was in the laundry room just finishing up the last bit of my shift. I was folding the laundry and was just caught in my own thoughts. Now, this room has really large windows. Being late and dark, you can see your reflections in the surrounding room through the dark windows too. I looked down at the laundry and looked back up, and my heart stopped as I saw an old man with black dark eyes just staring back at me, smiling. I screamed and looked behind me, thinking that it was a resident messing with me, and to my horror, there was nobody there. I felt really uneasy as I looked around, and I looked out in the hall, but there was nobody there either. I said hello, but there was no answer, and after that, I felt sick. I finished what laundry I had left and locked up the laundry room, and as I was locking the door, I could see an elderly man standing at the end of the hallway in my peripheral. I turned to look, and it was the man who was just behind me a few minutes ago. He was smiling, eyes grey and black. I take note that he definitely isn't familiar, and he's a tall, heavier man wearing jeans and a white t-shirt that's tucked in. He was a bald man and clearly elderly, and he was just standing there, smiling at me. The smile sent shivers down my spine too, and I thought maybe that we got a new resident and my manager just forgot to mention it or something, and so I called out. Hello sir? Do you need anything? I'm Belle and I'm working on the night shift. It's nice to meet you. I managed under my intense anxiety. But he just stood there, smiling. If you need anything, feel free to call the staff phone, okay? I'll be over in no time. I was so very uneasy and just wanted to go back to the staff room, and he just stood there continuing to grin. I smiled back and waved nervously, and I said, have a good night, sir, and feel free to call me if you need anything, okay? I walked away in a hurry, and just as I got back to the staff room, the phone started blaring. I looked at the caller ID, and it's coming from 218. I felt really uneasy, but it must have been just a new resident or something, so perhaps he was just too shy to talk to me. I didn't know. But I hesitated and finally answered. Hello, sir? How can I help you tonight? There was a deep, crisp growl from the other end of the phone, and it didn't sound at all human. It scared the shit out of me. And then the phone just went to static. Hello? Hello? I said, nervously. The phone went to dial tone, and I sat there for I don't know how long, and my heart was pounding in my throat. Due to safety protocols, I had to go check on the resident too. As much as my instincts told me to avoid him, I walked nervously down the east wing, my heart pounding in my ears. I came to room 218 and I knocked on the door and asked if the person was okay. But there was no answer. So I knocked again and still no answer. And I became concerned. What if my resident was attacked by something? That growl, it definitely wasn't human. But I was also pregnant and didn't want to storm in and be attacked by God knows what. So I turned around to get the phone from the staff room, and then I heard the door creak open very slowly behind me. I walked over to the door slowly, and before pushing it open, I said, hello? Sir, are you alright in there? I pushed the door open at this point. I was expecting something or someone to jump out at me, but when I opened the door, there was nothing. Nobody in the room and no belongings that would imply someone lived there. It was just completely empty, but I had a terrible feeling like I was just being watched, and I searched the room and that smell of rotten meat filled my nose again. And then I heard the most terrifying laugh, and it burst through my ears like knives. It was such a deep and low and just cackling laugh, and I literally shit myself as I ran out of the room so fast. I didn't even bother to shut the door, and as I was running, I was thinking to myself, am I going crazy? I could have sworn that there was no one in there. I mean, I didn't see anyone. What the hell's going on? That night, I finished my shift quickly, and I just walked the fuck out of there early. I didn't give a shit about spending one more minute there. But sadly, this is not where it ends. Due to being a soon-to-be single mum and pregnant, I had no other option but to stay here until I was on maternity leave, as my husband died a few months ago due to a drunk driver hitting him. He was supposed to come home that night to cook a meal and my positive pregnancy test and all that, and he didn't even get to know that he was going to be a dad. Anyway, I was stuck there for a while, but that's where I'm going to leave it off for now. If you guys would like to hear more of my experiences, then please be sure to leave a comment below, as I definitely have more than a few to share. Thanks for listening. So I live in the UK and am a 21-year-old female. I run a B&B and am pretty used to having to make weirdos feel welcome. However, they are mostly harmless at the end of the day. But last week's experiences was by far the worst and most terrifying. It all started on the Monday night of last week. It was the end of summer break, so a lot of tourists were travelling around my area, so it was good business for the B&B. Staying in one of the 7 rooms, I had a foreign couple and their baby. In another room, 2 girls who had travelled from Australia, and in the attic room, I had a lone man who, to be honest, I got bad vibes from at the very beginning of meeting him. He was tall and had long greasy hair and dirty unkempt fingernails, and altogether he just looked very dishevelled. He didn't really talk too much either. He just asked what room he would be staying in and walked in there and shut the door behind him. Still, nothing too out of the ordinary in my opinion. Unfortunately though, it didn't stop there. Now, I spend most of my time in my personal hobby room. I mostly watch TV for a lot of the days and then just go upstairs to my bedroom to go to sleep. I climbed the tall staircase and went to my room, and I checked my alarm clock, and it was only 9:30 PM, so I thought I might just lie down and watch some videos on my computer. Halfway through watching my favourite movie, I was interrupted by a loud knocking on my door. It wasn't an average knock though, it was really aggressive. I looked through the peephole in the door and was surprised to see that it was the strange man who was staying in the attic bedroom. I opened the door and he started talking straight at me, not letting me get a word in, telling me that the water pipe in his room had burst and that there was water spurting everywhere and that he wanted me to fix it. I obviously apologized to him and, without questioning anything, let him lead me to his attic room. But the first red flag was the fact that he shut the door and locked it behind him. The next thing was that there was no water anywhere. And then I remembered that there were not actually any pipes anywhere in the attic. I don't know how I forgot, but I guess I was more worried about the guy asking for a refund than actually questioning whether he was being legitimate about the whole pipe burst thing. But now, I was stuck, and the only other people who were staying at the B&B were 2 floors below me, so they would never be able to hear me scream. I'm also a woman, so I had no chance of being able to fight off this guy. I looked at him and he shot me a yellow grin, and he lurched for me, but I leaped out of the way. I noticed something sticking out of his pocket jacket, and it was a knife handle. He pretty much ripped it out of his pocket and started swiping at the air with it. I bolted out of there and heard him running at top speed behind me until we got to the 2nd floor, where I heard him running back up to his room. I locked myself in my room and called the police immediately. I also called the other guests on their landlines and told them to lock their doors and stay in their rooms. When the police arrived, they found the man hiding in the wardrobe in his room. I guess that he freaked out when he heard the sirens and just hid in there. Apparently, he only had one backpack, and it contained a toothbrush, duct tape, a Stanley knife, a Phillips head screwdriver, and some intimate things which I can't even write down, but I'm sure you can guess what I'm talking about. They never found out for sure what he had planned on doing to me, but from the contents of his bag, we all had a pretty good idea. But they took him away in cuffs, and thankfully, I've never seen the guy again. I plan on moving away at some point soon because I just don't really feel comfortable with him knowing where I live. Also, every day I just see that grin that he gave me as he was taken away and his wild eyes. This is definitely the most scary experience that I've ever had. So this is a story that my mum told me from her childhood. I've put it in my own words, but have not changed any of the details of the events. So here it is. Memories are odd. Every time that you reflect on one, you skew it just a bit, and after years and years, your memories become a disfigured version of what actually happened. It's kind of like that grade school game, telephone, where you whisper something to the person next to you, and then they whisper what they think you said to the person next to them, and so on, and by the time it gets back to you, the phrase being passed around is nothing like the original phrase. I've often wondered how different my childhood was compared to how I remember it. How many details I've changed, how many things I recall that may not have actually happened at all. I fully accept that not everything is as I think it was, and I'm fine with that. One memory, though, haunts me in vivid and precise brushstrokes. Funny how the ones you'd rather forget seem to be the ones that just refuse to relinquish their clarity. The memory I'm referring to takes place in October of 1986, just outside of Dallas, Texas. I still remember the dress I was wearing. It was yellow with white polka dots, long sleeves, and went all the way past my ankles as per my parents' religious requirements. I hated that dress, but at 11, my parents didn't yet think that I was capable of choosing appropriate attire for myself. I hated it because it was rather hard to move in, and my mum had made it herself, and it was pretty tight from mid-thigh down. Anyway, my sister, who was a bit older than me, had just gotten a driver's license, and she wanted to take the car out. My mum said that she could as long as she took me with her. She agreed, grabbed the keys, and off we went. We left around 6-ish, and it was already getting dark, but my sister, who was a little uncomfortable behind the wheel, wanted to drive in the evening so that she would have less traffic to deal with. Well, we also stuck to the side streets and back roads until we worked our way to a stretch of relatively desolate highway. So we'd been driving around just listening to the radio and embracing our first true taste of freedom for about an hour. We were just circling back and forth along some 10 or so miles of the USHW 80 between Mesquite and Forney, Texas, just outside of Dallas. It's a little busier there now, but back then it was just a 10-mile stretch of trees and railroad tracks. It was there that we heard the engine clunk, and my sister's novice driving skills became apparent as the car sputtered a few hundred yards before dying and rolling to a stop. We'd run out of gas, and the closest gas station was a few miles back. This was before cell phones, so the only thing that we could do was grab the gas can from the trunk and walk back to the station. Remember that poorly constructed polka dot dress? Well, this is where that comes into play. After about 100 yards, it was obvious that it would be more trouble than it was worth for me to hobble behind my sister for several miles, so she handed me the keys and told me to just wait in the car. I got back in the car and locked all the doors and just watched the rear window until my sister was out of view. I was a very meek and timid and easily frightened little girl at the time, and it didn't take long for the dark to infiltrate my psyche. But there were no street lights, and I hadn't seen another car since my sister left. But the only light was from the moon, which was full enough that I could see the thick tree line about 30 yards off the road. After what seemed like an eternity alone in the dark, my fear and nerves began to really fray. It was completely silent, and not even the crickets were chirping. I became acutely aware of just how unnervingly silent it was. I wanted it to end, but at the same time, was afraid of what might end it. So I just sat petrified, almost anticipating to hear the boogeyman's whispers in the wind at just any moment. All I could think to do was to try and fall asleep, and hopefully by the time that I woke up, my sister would be back. I leaned the seat back and closed my eyes and tried my best to just block the boogeyman from my mind. Another 15 minutes or so passed while I turned this way and that way, just trying to find a halfway comfortable position. It was in the midst of the fidgeting that an eerie feeling just ran down my spine. A feeling that I just wasn't alone, and it was a feeling of unshakable dread that I was being watched. I was lying on my side facing the steering wheel, looking downward at the floorboard, my back to the passenger window, my eyes pressed tightly shut, and I was afraid to open them, afraid of what I couldn't see, of what I might, in fact. I took a deep breath and counted to 3 and opened my eyes, and there was nothing there. I took another deep breath and quickly shifted my gaze to the driver's side window, and I exhaled, seeing nothing there either. You're okay, I told myself. I sat there wide-eyed, just staring straight ahead, focusing on the steering wheel for another 10 minutes or so. And that's when all at once, and all of a sudden, I felt stricken with a paralyzing sense of terror, and the voice in my head just started repeating, "Don't turn around." But my heart began racing faster in my chest, and my body stiffened and my limbs felt so heavy as an inner panic had started to take hold. I tried telling myself that it was all just in my head and there was nothing outside of my window, that I was just working myself up. But to my utter horror, however, a shadow shifted off the driver's side seat and then filled it back up again, followed by 3 taps on the glass behind me. That shadow had been covering that seat since before I had even opened my eyes, as I had hardly blinked since opening them. That means that whoever or whatever was outside the car had just been standing there, watching me. As this terrifying thought ran through my head, there were 3 more taps, louder this time, and I knew that I couldn't just ignore them anymore. I mustered up all the courage that I could and turned to meet the tapper. Hello? I nervously whispered as my eyes tried to focus on the figure outside the window. Aren't you a little young to be out here all alone, little lady? Where are your parents? His voice was deep and had an authoritative tinge to it. As he spoke, chills went down my spine. Suddenly, the air felt cold and the night felt sinister. The man was abnormally tall, the top of the window well below his chest line. His hands were extremely muscular and his fingers long and needly. As my eye tried to focus, he bent his enormous slender frame over enough to peer in the window. He was clean-shaven, revealing extremely sunken cheeks and eye sockets too. His eyes themselves were bulging outward and seemed too large for his face, and while it could have just been the night, I swear that they were completely black. "Little girl," he repeated. "I asked where your parents are." I'm with my sister, we are..." He cut me off and pulled out a flashlight shining into the car. "I can't understand you. I'm gonna have to ask you to roll down the window. It's alright, I'm a cop." The ambient light from the flashlight allowed me to see that he was in fact in an officer's uniform, and for a brief moment, relief hit me. Rolling down the window, I spoke a little louder. "I'm with my sister and we broke down. She went to get some gas. I couldn't go with her because I can't walk in this dress." A slight grin came across his face. "Ah, I see. So you're not out here all alone then?" he said, almost gleefully. Yes, sir. Just until my sister gets back." "And when will she be back then? The closest station is a few miles away. That could take a while, right?" My relief was starting to dissipate as the familiar feeling of looming dread returned. I don't know. She's been a couple of hours now, I guess." He said. "Tell you what, why don't you come with me and we can go and get your sister? You won't have to walk. How does that sound?" It hadn't dawned on me until then, but I suddenly realized that I hadn't seen any headlights in either direction for 20 minutes by this time. I turned to look out the rear window and started to tremble as I confirmed that there was in fact no car in any direction within any eyesight. "But where's your cop car?" I almost hesitantly asked. Right over there, just through the trees." He pointed to the tree line in the distance. "Haven't you ever wanted to ride in a cop car?" "I think I should just wait here for my sister to get back. She won't be much longer." "Look, it's past curfew, and if you don't get home soon, I'll have to arrest you, okay? Your parents won't like it if you get arrested now, will they?" Now, a new fear entered my 11-year-old brain. The fear that I could be arrested. But my instinct said to not get out. "I'm sorry, sir," I said, rolling up the window. "I really should wait for my sister." As the window was about an inch from closing, he stuck his fingers through trying to stop me, and I ended up smashing them between the door and the glass. He shrieked in pain, pulling his hand back. "Oh, you fucking little bitch! You smashed my fucking fingers!" "Oh, I'm sorry," I said through the now closed window, backing up in my seat as far from the door as I could. He started pulling on the door handle violently and shaking the car back and forth. "Open this fucking door, you little bitch! Do you know how long you'll go to jail for resisting arrest?" He pulled out something that looked like a nightstick and started banging on the roof of the car and the window. He smacked the window again, and a spider web of cracks erupted from where the club struck. Now, I knew that it was only a matter of time before he got in, and was afraid that he'd follow through on the promises of making things worse. I said okay through frantic sobs, not even realizing that I had started crying at this point. He suddenly got completely calm and said, "Well, all right then. Go ahead and step out of the vehicle and follow me to my car." Yes, sir." I rolled up the window and stepped out of the car. "This way," he said. Tremors ran through my body as I slowly began to follow the man. I knew that something wasn't right, and all I could think was that he was leading me into something unspeakable behind those trees. I wanted to run, but with my dress, I wouldn't make it far before he caught me, and where would I go even if I could? We were about halfway to the tree line, 40 feet away, when headlights lit up the field that we were standing in. "Come on," he snarled, grabbing my arm and pulling me along at a hastened pace. We were 10, maybe 15 feet from the trees when the shouts started. The headlights were now beaming directly on us like spotlights from heaven when several voices, all female, started yelling in our direction. They started yelling, "Get away from that man, little girl. That man's not a police officer. He's a bad man. Let her go, you demon. God is watching you. Little girl, come here to us and get away from the bad man." They just sent a barrage of shouts until the man let go of me and ran into the trees. They yelled to me to run to them as fast as I could, and so I did, as hard as I could, ripping my dress in the process. 2 women in thigh-length dresses stood outside the open side doors of an old white church van. They urged me to get in, and I jumped inside into the arms of another woman and heard the door slam behind me. There were 6 ladies altogether inside the van, all older, larger women. "It's all right, sweetie. You're safe now. We won't let the bad man hurt you, okay?" One of them reassured me. I said through tears that I have to wait for my sister, and they reassured me that they'll wait here and keep the bad man away. Every so often, they would start yelling for me to not look out the window and pulled me into their chest to shield my eyes. But curiosity got the better of me, and I peered out against my better judgment, prying my eyes sideways away from the woman who was holding me. And what I saw still haunts my nightmares. It was the man, now completely nude, running down on all fours in and out of the tree line, and through the field between us too. I don't know what he was doing, but he was moving quickly and kind of in an unnatural way. Sometimes he'd come as close as a few feet from the van and just make the most disturbing guttural grunts and growls that I've ever heard. The ladies tried to distract me by singing nursery rhymes and gospel hymns, and anytime he got too close, they would roll down the windows and shout him back. He would disappear and reappear like clockwork until finally my sister appeared, gas can in hand and on the road behind us. I told my sister what had happened, and she said that the worst feeling had come over her and she was running the whole way back. The ladies surrounded us, forming a big circle around the car as my sister filled it with gas. The man was now standing 10 feet outside of the tree line, his clothes back on, watching us the whole time, and he looked and just never spoke as they told him to just leave us alone and not get any closer. When the car finally started, the lady said that they'd follow us to make sure that we'd make it home. We went up about half a mile and made a U-turn to head back, and as we crossed past the place that we'd been stranded, the man was on all fours again, completely nude, sniffing at the pavement where we'd been stranded. The old church van was behind us almost the whole way home, and I never took my eyes off of it. I was afraid that somehow the bad man would get us if they weren't there, but as we turned on our street, I lost sight of them, and they didn't turn in behind us, nor did I see a single vehicle pass on the cross street. Maybe they just turned around and just left, I thought at the time. My mother was waiting out on the front porch for us as we pulled up, and it was obvious that she'd been crying. She said that she'd gotten an awful feeling that something bad had happened and we'd been gone a long time. I told her everything that happened, and she called the police, who came to the house to take a statement. I thought that that was the last time that I'd ever hear about that bad man, but unfortunately, a couple of months later, I saw a news story about a girl that had gone missing from a park close to the area where her car had broken down, and witnesses said that the last they saw of her, she was talking to a tall, lanky man in an officer's uniform. Sometimes I think back on that night, and I shiver when I think of that bad man. Other times, though, I think of the ladies in the van and how they showed up just in time and how they just vanished without a trace. I wondered then, and I still wonder now, if maybe I was being protected. I'm not too sure, and I know that that whole thing just sounds a little bit crazy, but man, what a weird night. The following account happened several years ago in Nepal. I travelled there with my sister Em and two of her friends from high school, V and A. We'd hoped to escape the hustle and bustle of the city life and immerse ourselves in the mystical mountain paradise, to enjoy its culture as well as trek along one of the many Himalayan trails. However, limiting circumstances forced us to go during monsoon season, a combination of increasing heat and humidity that results in almost incessant rains. So, as you can imagine, there was scarcely a tourist to be found, especially on the hiking trek. Dense sopping clouds had snuffed out any meagre light, and milky fog obscured the view more often than not as we trudged along the circuit, but we had a blast nonetheless. The trek itself warrants a telling of its own, albeit a far less serious one, what with V falling victim to a battalion of bloodthirsty leeches lured out by rain, and A getting entangled in escapades, nearly getting knocked out cold from flirting with a farmer's wife. Though battered and bruised, we emerged from the trail victorious, though, and returned to the capital. Our flight back home was due the very next morning, which meant that we only had one day to explore Kathmandu. Kathmandu is quite a polarizing place, with labyrinthian streets and alleyways riddled with kitschy aesthetics and stimuli that push one's senses to their limits. Navigating Kathmandu by yourself, especially at night, is next to impossible, in fact. The heavily polluted air and suffocating traffic doesn't help either, and really, the only one among us who took a liking to the city was V, but she was always big on everything South Asian and was smitten by the various temples. Which is why, with strain leaking from our muscles, our limbs jittering from our 2-week-long odyssey, we were dragged along and subjected to her ministrations on spiritualism and greater meaning and whatnot. By the time that we staggered out of our final sightseeing destination, the Monkey Temple, it was almost dark. Well, we kept casting apprehensive looks backwards, prepared to fend off the prowling gangs of thieving monkeys skittering in our wake, looking for any opportunity to dispose us of food or the next best thing. One of the little buggers actually took off with my glasses, in fact. As we were descending into the city, having left the temple grounds, our luck got cursedly worse. We heard thunder echoing back on itself in the distance. Clouds, feathery and alive, billowed up at an alarming rate, their colour morphing from shades of purple to jet black, flecked with lightning. It started raining too, and heavy rain that pummeled us as we sought shelter. We splashed through ditches already knee-deep with rainwater and hurtled down alleyways where we hid under a tin roof at the side of the road, our drenched clothing clinging to our skin. Just as we were catching our breaths, a flurry of wet motion appeared in the corner of my eyes. My sister, Em, had darted onto the road and swung her hands upwards. She was always spontaneous and decisive, explosively so in fact, and when she spotted distant white headlights, barely discernible through the downpour, she gambled on it being a taxi, and it paid off. We clambered into the Suzuki with a collective sigh of relief, the prospect of immediate shelter overshadowing the struggle to create space for our bags within the tiny vehicle. It was an impossibly tight fit, but we somehow managed. The scruffy-headed driver, whose calm and deliberate tone of speaking weirded us out a bit, turned around in the near-pitch blackness of the taxi and asked us with a toothy grin where to. We looked at each other in momentary confusion before realizing that we hadn't accommodated this final day spent in Kathmandu into our plan, and because of our unfamiliarity with the city, had no idea what to say. The driver seemed to pick up on this, though, and didn't hesitate to suggest taking us to the Cousins' Hostel, an excellent establishment if he were to be believed. Out of options and utterly exhausted, we just meekly consented. With thinly masked glee in his face, he told us that we'd love it there and that the first round of drinks was on him. Careening through the streets, we tried to respond to the driver's prying small talk, but the hypnotic ding of rainfall on the roof was all it took. As I watched the blur of passing objects and people through the rain-speckled window, like wavy apparitions, I plunged into sleep. When I woke up, we were still in the car and everybody else was asleep, and in spite of the piss-poor visibility and my grogginess, it was evident that we were in a completely different part of the city now. But there was little to no street lighting, and all I could make out were jagged outlines of poles and looming concrete walls and structures. But no people were to be seen, and unease crept up on me. How long had we been driving for? Where exactly was this person taking us? What quelled my suspicion, and what made us go along with such a shady plan to begin with, was the perceived nature of the people of Nepal. Every single Nepali that we came across was welcoming and kind to a T, which, along with the supposed safety of the country, had lulled us into a false sense of security. It hadn't occurred to us that this fickle trust could be easily exploited. The driver had noticed that I was awake and flashed that toothy grin at me, telling me that it was good timing and to wake the others. When I stepped out of the car onto the muddy, deserted street, I couldn't help but feel the sense of unease sliding through me again. It was a sentiment, too, that was beginning to be shared with the others as we took in this Cousins' Hostel. We were taken aback, though. Mold-flecked walls with degraded and worn renderings surrounded a house that, despite being camouflaged by the darkness and rain, was unmistakably dilapidated. Granted, it was only marginally worse than the rest of Kathmandu's post-earthquake infrastructure, but it gave off a disconcerting air of ruin. In other words, no way in hell were we about to stay here. At least one of us was preparing to voice disapproval of the entire situation when the driver started bounding around and, in a very animated manner, attempted to usher us through the opened rusted gate into the awaiting yard. We complied, but only to get out of the rain, as it was now flooding over the alleyways created by the narrow lanes of houses and carrying with it its swirling refuse. When we stepped inside, we were met with a carnival of just disgusting imagery, illuminated by a single dim light bulb suspended from tarp that covered most of the yard. Revulsion and dread supplanted whatever unease that we might have harbored, because it was just beyond repulsive. What I can only describe as a sickening miasma covered everything, and it just reeked of foul odor that made my eyes water. The concrete ground was littered with waste, and the walls smudged with caked dirt. The single plastic table was just smeared with who knows what, and I shit you not, there were needles just scattered everywhere. We immediately knew that we needed to get the hell out of there. But it was only when we turned around and looked at the driver under the light that the seriousness of our predicament fully dawned on us. This man looked like diseased roadkill. Sunken, bloodshot eyes stared at us from a face that was just covered with livid sores and scratches. His toothy grin now revealed decayed and cracked teeth, and we were definitely in a drug addict's den. Holy shit, V, I thought. How did you not notice? I mean, you were sitting right next to him. I wasn't sure how to react at this point. He was just standing there, blocking the gate, staring us down. He obviously didn't pose much of a threat. I mean, there were 4 of us against one frail drug addict meth head. Well, 3 of us at least. V's always scared easily, and as I glanced at her, I noticed that she was visibly shaking. She'd be useless should things escalate into a confrontation, verbal or otherwise. A2, for all his loud bravado, he was the first to peel when shit hit the fan. I was starting to get really nervous at this point. I mean, what if he had a weapon on him? A used syringe which he'd lash out at us or something. The last thing I wanted was for one of us to contract something. My mind was racing. How were we going to leave? I was certain that there wasn't a taxi within miles of this deserted hellhole, that's for sure. And where were we to begin with? Our phones were useless without local numbers. I cursed myself for being this obliviously careless. As I was being dissolved by the acids of anxiety, M spoke up. Honestly, she was everything one could possibly want in a leader. Level-headed and perceptive, and she managed to bolster our confidence by taking control. She calmly addressed the driver, trying to explain to him that we'd forgotten to take care of something and that we'd need to rush back to town. We'd pay him double the fare for the trouble, but he wasn't having any of it. With wild gesticulations and an irritated tone, he started speaking rapidly. We barely comprehended him in his frantic state. He was saying that it would be impossible to drive back under these conditions and that our best bet was to just wait it out at the bar. He stressed multiple times that the first round was on him, as if that would entice us. He pointed towards the house, and it's then that we noticed the interior of the house was completely dark. The wide doorless entrance like an ominous invitation into nothingness that lay beyond, threatening to swallow whoever dared to approach. He told us to follow him inside for the drinks and started waving his hand as if time was of the essence. He was starting to rile me up, and I felt like giving him a verbal beatdown, but as if sensing that, Em reacted. She realized how important it was to keep level-headed and told him coolly that we simply had no time, and if he wasn't capable of driving, then he would help us contact another taxi or something. He either didn't understand or willfully ignored her and kept urging us to come inside with him, though. It got to the point that he just kept repeating the same thing over and over, eyes dimmed to a sickly grey and flesh sunk at the side of his mouth. He kept insisting. And if this wasn't all enough, there was a very hostile air about him too. He looked like he was making a concerted effort not to lunge at us, fidgeting with shaking hands. If necessary, I wouldn't have felt bad for a second to topple him like a sack of laundry if he so much as tried anything. V spurted out, very unspiritual-like, "Fuck this, let's just leave." At this, he surprisingly went quiet, as if unsure what to do faced with our departure. He turned around and stared at the house and then back at us. He hissed, "Okay, I get phone." With surprising agility, he scurried off towards the entrance too and disappeared into the darkness. We looked at each other and there was a momentary silence. the only sound that of the rain beating against the tarp and lightning booming in the distance. V again says, "Fuck this," traces of panic in her voice this time. She says, "This isn't normal, we need to leave now." I said, "And go where? You saw for yourself that there's not a soul out there and it's raining cats and dogs." Despite trying to be the voice of reason, I knew Em felt the same thing all of us did, a lingering sense of dread that something was just horribly wrong. A was fidgeting too now. Fear had obviously burrowed into his heart. And I too felt afraid. That's when we heard it though, a faint rustling coming from inside the house. Crackling, followed by the unmistakable sound of whispering. My heart was now beating like a drum. I felt jelly-legged and none of us moved a muscle. But we were all petrified. The whisperings continued too, and they were just barely discernible through the rain, but loud enough to be picked up. With my eyes trained on the blackness of the entrance, I slowly started inching backwards, and the others followed suit. Just as we were turning around, it happened. The sound of heavy footsteps rushing us, a stampede emanating from within. We bolted, dashing through the gate into the street, and from the corner of my eye, I saw 4 of them mere steps behind us, with another bounding through the house entrance. They started shouting and shrieking at us as we hurtled down the street, sprinting desperately before turning to a side road. One of them threw something at us, in fact, and it fell short and landed with a sickening thud behind me. We ran blindly and turned corner after corner, knowing that a single misstep would kill any of us. V was falling behind us though, panting like a horse pushed far beyond its limits. Thankfully, the shouting was becoming fainter and fainter though. We kept running, not daring to catch our breaths or reorientate ourselves, simply following Em's lead through roads and alleyways. At one point, I thought my heart would burst. And just when I was ready to give up, V almost out of sight too, we finally spotted headlights. We must have seemed like lunatics, surrounding the car left and right and center, banging on the windows, screaming for help. It was a miracle the driver, an elderly man, decided to help us at all, in fact. We clambered inside, gasping and heaving, and we wasted no time telling him to hightail it out of there. It took us the better part of an hour to calm down, and V was just hysterical. A's entire frame was trembling, but once this experience infiltrated our minds, we just never felt safe, even when stepping onto the aeroplane out of Nepal the next morning. We decided against going to the police in the end. I mean, we had no evidence, and even if we did, we had no way of finding that house again. Our backpacks were lost, of course. Em's forethought of keeping our passports in her waist pack spared us much suffering, luckily. To this day, I'm still filled with dread at the thought of that entrance into darkness, with murderers lying in ambush. It was 2004 and I was 19, and my friend, B, was renting the upstairs bedroom of a house that everyone knew as the murder house. You see, in 1987, a man was shot in this house. He ran outside and banged on the neighbor's door, leaving a blood smear on the door and a trail of blood from the house. No one answered, and he was dragged back into the house by 2 men and brought to the basement where he was shot in the head and subsequently dismembered. And the men took his remains and dumped them in a reservoir. So yeah, this was our little town's dark secret. But B had been living there for a few months, and I would come over most nights after I finished work. I was delivering pizzas, so I always had cash from tips, and we'd do what 19-year-olds do, try and get some beer or whatever. Funny enough, we'd usually just hang out with whatever was around and put some music and play rummy. I know, hard partying, right? But he never felt uneasy in the house. He never bought into the whole haunted house aspect. Despite that though, he just never went into the basement. No one, except the owner in fact, went into the basement. It wasn't a rule or anything. We could do whatever we wanted there, really, but the basement was just no. So one summer night in June, we're all at our friend Todd's house. He was older, but a cool guy, and he didn't mind a bunch of teenagers hanging out. He liked the party scene, I guess, and so we were there. It was me, B, a girl named AJ, and C. We were all broke at the time, and Todd had some other friends over, more his age, that we just didn't feel like hanging out with, so B says that we should just go to his place and figure out what we're going to do for the night. AJ and C take her car, and I take B in my shitty old Toyota pickup that forever smelled like Pizza Hut. B's house was only a couple of blocks away, and we get there and head upstairs to his room. This being 2004, and not everyone had cell phones yet. Only AJ had one, so we were all trying to think of who to call to salvage the night and whatnot. There was no luck, so I put in a CD, and we just proceeded to go to the old reliable boring deck of cards. It was just the four of us in the house. The owner of the home had his dog in the room right next to us. He was rarely home at night though, and his room had a window that overlooked the front yard and the street. We barely got the first round started when we began to hear footsteps on the stairs. Must be Frank coming home, B said. We didn't think too much of it until we heard the front door open and close and then more steps on the stairs. We all looked at each other and checked the window, and we didn't see anything suspicious, but we also didn't see Frank's car. We heard footsteps coming up a third time, and B and I had had enough, and we were going to confront whoever was trespassing. We were both 19, and I had been a football player in high school and was still in pretty good shape. B had never played sports, but was in a similar condition as me. Basically, we could have held our own in a fistfight if need be, but usually we could just intimidate people into backing off. So, it's about midnight and we head down the stairs. AJ and C stay up in the room. We were both pumped up, ready to go kick out any drunk or meth head that happened to just wander in. We don't see anyone, and nothing looks out of place though. We go outside and sit on the porch, and nothing seems odd. There's regular traffic on the semi-busy street, but I start to get the feeling that just something's wrong. Something feels off. I see things in the front yard that look like they're moving, like shadows darting around. I kind of dismiss it as me being tired and my eyes just playing tricks on me. That is, until B asks me if I'm seeing the shadows moving. I ask him, "Yeah, you're seeing this too, huh?" I go into the yard at this point and look up into Frank's bedroom window. There's a lamp on, giving off just enough light to see the bedroom door and the dresser. I look at it for a minute when I see something. I say to B, "Dude, there's something in the bedroom." He replies with, "It's just the dog." "No, it's not. That's not a dog. It's kind of black," and the black creature comes into full view of the window at this point. It looked like it was just made out of oil. Not quite solid, but not translucent either. It moved from the window to the dresser to the door and then just disappeared. "What the fuck are you talking about?" B asks, still on the porch. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was, but I don't even know if I saw anything. It may have just been my eyes fucking with me. I walked back up the steps onto the porch and noticed an old mirror that had been left by the door. I remembered hearing stories about people using mirrors to see ghosts, so I figured why not. B had gone into the yard to try and see what was in the bedroom at this point too. I stare into the mirror for a few minutes when I see a black oily ball floating down one of the pillars behind me. Dude, there's something floating. It looks like a little ball of," I said. The ball disappeared out of view of the mirror and reappeared behind me, huge this time and black. A translucent black oil behind my reflection. I couldn't see the yard anymore, and I couldn't see B, and for a moment, all I could see was me, the porch, and this thing coming behind me. And then I felt it. Fingers made of ice entered into my shoulders and pulled me backwards. It's an impossible feeling to describe, but every time I think about it, I can kind of feel it. I bolt away from the mirror and I say something just went through me. Something, that black thing, it grabbed me and it pulled me backwards. I was done at this point and B was freaked too. So we hustled over to the gas station down the street to call AJ from the payphone and have her and C get my keys and shit and just get the hell out of that house. AJ asks us, "Where are you guys? And we heard you guys walk up the stairs, but you never came in." I say, "I'll explain later, just grab my keys and CDs and meet us outside." Back at the cars, I told them what happened and what I saw, and I don't know if they believed me or not, but all I knew is that I was terrified. After that incident too, I never went back to that house, and B moved out a short time later. Oh, and if you're interested, you can do a YouTube search for the Boyce Murder House, and you can find news stories about the place there. Thanks for listening. So, to start, my boyfriend and I had just bought a house together. It's a lovely two-story home with an attic, a basement, and a two-door garage as well, and we got it for a steal. But with that, we have no seller's agreement. But the owner has never seen the home, probably inherited it to be honest. Either way, we were in a pinch, having been evicted from our apartment and taking care of foster pets. It narrowed our options as many renters around here don't allow pets. So, before I get to the main story, some backstory on us. I'm a 20-year-old female and my boyfriend is a 30-year-old male. I'm pretty skeptical about things like this too, but that doesn't mean I haven't seen some things personally that really do make me wonder. Those are stories for another day, but what I'm about to tell you is about something that I had always thought was an old wives' tale, but now I don't know anymore. Anyway, I'll call my boyfriend P for now. We also moved in with a good friend of mine and her boyfriend. They rent a room from us and it helps with the mortgage for sure. But they're 3 and 4 years younger than me, and I'll call the girl M and her boyfriend E. Now, E and I had set up a man cave of sorts in the basement. We game and drink and basically just sort of do our nightly routines of getting some distance from our partners down there. Meanwhile, P and M set up workstations in the attic. More of a refined space for them for writing and tinkering with old typewriters and whatnot. We've been settling into the new house for a couple of months now, getting used to its pops and creaks, and it's an older house built in the 1920s, and my neighbours sort of have mice on their side of the attic, so you can hear them skittering about and above your head. In this time, I've been noticing some small things that seem odd though. The upstairs bathroom kind of gurgles, if that's the right way to say it, but only I've ever heard it. When I asked P, M and E, none of them had heard the same noise. It was weird, but whatever. Downstairs, we also have another bathroom almost directly under the upstairs bathroom, just past the kitchen. Now, my cat follows me everywhere in the house, squeaking at me to hold him and just generally being a cute cat, but he won't follow me into the bathroom without being coerced. He'll just sit there and kind of manically squeak at me until I usher him in. When he does finally decide to follow me in, he locks eyes with a portion of the hallway and won't break eye contact with it. And then he'll run to me while staying low to the ground. I know that this is a sign of fear, but he has no reason for it, and I just can't explain it. And aside from that, he's recently started going into the bathroom by himself and just howling at the wall. It's weird, but cats, right? Now, E and I have our setup in the basement, which gives me the creeps, to be honest. I wouldn't spend much time in it at all until I put a huge sheet of fabric along the walls that looks like a vertical striped wallpaper. Now, when I put this up, I made sure to cover a doorway that leads to a small room under my front porch. Something about that room just bothers me, and it feels like it's watching you. In between the matches of the game that I play, A sudden realization that I have that feeling again always comes upon me too. And every time it's always that same room. It has no door, and I occasionally still feel it despite covering it. My cat avoids it too. But just last week, he told me about an event that he went through while I was sitting right next to him. We had both been gaming and had some time between matches and decided to shoot the shit and complain about shitty teammates. But the usual MOBA player bullshit, right? Anyway, he tells me later that during a chat, he had hallucinated his girlfriend M walking downstairs and into the basement with us, but when he turned to talk to her, she just wasn't there. I just kind of laughed it off, as he spends a lot of time smoking and maybe he was just confused. But earlier tonight, while I was in the basement alone, I heard someone open the basement door and heard and saw M walk down the stairs and behind me towards a chair or a cigarette or something. But when I turned to her to talk to her, there was no one there. I immediately looked behind me, but there was no one in the room. I looked in the entire basement and even called for her, but nothing. Once I realized she wasn't there, my cat howled and just booked it right up the stairs. I sat confused for a few minutes and told my buddies that I'd been gaming with that I'd be AFK for a bit. I felt almost lost, to be honest. I decided to text M though from the basement, but sure enough, she hadn't come down the stairs at all. She'd been up in her workroom for hours, which means that whole time she was 2 full stories above me. So then, what did I just see? Or better yet, who did I just see? My father died in 2008 when I had just completed my high schooling and we were in enormous amounts of debt. I still am in poverty, but that story can be told another day. So, to continue my studies, I needed to find work, and for 3 years I sold picados on the street and taught little children maths. In 2012, I was recruited into an ISP in our small town to work the night shift. During the interview, I was particularly asked if I would feel scared to stay alone at night in the 3rd story of the enormous building with one security guard in the ground floor. I was never comfortable, but I needed the job. Plus, being at a night shift, I could attend my college during the day and all that. So, I worked in that office between February of 2012 to August of 2013, and during this time, I never got curious to ask anyone why no one wanted to work at night. I heard, before me, that someone used to work at night, but he just left abruptly. My work was to pick calls from clients who would have problems with their internet connection and provide simple solutions. Anything complex, and I had to note down their names and address and pass the list to my senior via email, and technicians would take care of them during the next day. It was a simple job, and I wouldn't receive many calls, and so by 11, I would just spread out a thick blanket on the floor and fall asleep with the receivers beside my head in case somebody phoned. June 2013, though, was the month that I found out why no one was ready to work at night. That night, the security guard with whom I had developed a very close friendship came to the 3rd floor and asked me if he could sleep in my room as there were too many mosquitoes in the ground floor. I understand that he was supposed to stay awake, but he used to take advantage of my altitude and sleep every night, and the whole building had no security camera. Anyway, we were both sleeping in the same room. The 2 receivers were on either sides of my head, and the lights were turned off. I had locked the door loosely, keeping the lights on in the corridor. And at 3 a.m, I woke up to a sound as if someone was walking with his feet dragging to the floor. It was a really strange sound, and really loud too. I was facing the door and could see the light on the other side of the door through the thin gap between the floor and the door. I stayed down, staring directly at the gap, trying to understand what or who it was, and as I waited, the sound got louder and louder, and soon I saw feet of someone crossing my door. My heartbeat got faster, but I thought that it must have been the security guard, but when I looked behind me, he was fast asleep. My blood froze at this, and the sound started to get louder again, and soon the feet appeared near my door. This time, instead of just crossing my door, it stopped there too and didn't move. I waited for whoever it was to move away, but he wouldn't. And then I did the stupidest thing. I thought it could be an intruder, and instead of waking up the security guard quickly, I tiptoed to the door while the thing still stood there and pulled it open suddenly. And there was no one, but a gust of wind hit my face, causing me to get goosebumps all over. I woke up the guard now and explained to him everything. He took out his torch and turned on all the lights and searched the whole building, but couldn't find anyone. Finally, he came to me and said that it could be a demon. Well, after that, I couldn't sleep again. I dropped messages to those who worked during the day explaining this shit too, and I reached the office the next day a little early to catch the others. This was when the story started to emerge too. But one explained to me that he had the night shift a few days and he would always hear someone climbing up and down the stairs in the middle of the night. Another said that he saw a chair being moved around from one corner of the terrace to another by something that wasn't visible. And that was apparently why no one would like to work at night and stayed there for more than a year. I left the company in August after they gave me an increment of $3 after working for more than 1 year. They used to pay me $54 a month, and yes, I know, the salary is scarier than the story, but I needed to grasp anything that I could find to complete my bachelor's degree. I used to attend college in the morning and teach from afternoon to twilight and then go to the office. The cost of education and staying alive plunged me into further debt from which I'm yet to recover completely. But they install cameras in the office these days, and I sometimes wonder if they've been able to capture anything. I have plans to upload my personal paranormal stories, including this one, to my newly opened channel, Many Realities, someday, where I share strange but real stories of people around the world that defy explanation. I'd love to see you there, but that was my story, and man, it was weird. So my parents divorced when I was really young. I do remember after the divorce that they both lived in apartments in the middle of Tennessee. Well, not long before I was to start kindergarten, my mum remarried to my stepdad and we moved to a small house in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, about 30 miles outside of Birmingham. It was in a good school district and near my stepdad's family, who would be helping with my brand new little sister. This was actually a really exciting time for my other little sister and me, and we finally had cousins, aunts and uncles and grandparents that we would get to see all the time instead of traveling for the holidays to New England or Florida only once or twice a year. We didn't even care that they were all step-family, we were just happy to be around other people. But the cousins that we saw most were Brady and Micah. Their mum and our mum worked odd jobs to make ends meet and helped each other out with childcare while my stepdad worked as a truck driver and Uncle Randy worked as an EMT ambulance driver. So our house was an odd setup. We lived in a little 2-room house that actually sat almost right behind a large old farmhouse that no one lived in. Whenever Brady and Micah would come and visit, we would always end up going through the house and always wondered why it was still set up like a house since no one lived there. The beds in the bedrooms were made, there were a couple of plates in the sink in the kitchen for the last few years. It was like someone just left for work one day and never came home. So after a day of playing in the house, I found a plate in the kitchen that I thought was very pretty. I knew that we were about to go visit my grandparents in Florida for the summer and thought that it would be a perfect gift for my Southern Belle plate-collecting grandmother. I took it back home and my mum helped me clean it and get it ready that evening before sending me off to bed. After my mum sent me to bed, she followed her nightly routine of smoking a cigarette, dumping the ashtray, sweeping off the porch before locking it, and then watching the nightly news before going to bed herself. While she was in bed, she kept smelling a burning cigarette though. She couldn't figure out why though, and Even got up to check the garbage to make sure that her last one was not still lit. And it wasn't. So she went back to bed. She's almost asleep, convinced that the smell is just stuck in her nose, when all the lights in her room turn on. She turns to get out of bed and comes face to face with me, standing next to her bed, clutching my blanket and crying. She asks me why I turned on all the lights, and I just break down crying and barely get the words out. I say that I didn't turn on any lights, not even the ones in our room or in the living room. Carolyn did it. I told her to stop and turn the lights back off, but she just laughed at me. My mum was really confused and asked who Carolyn was. I explained that Carolyn is my friend that I made. Normally she just turns on some lights at night, and she didn't have lights in her house next door until she was 6 like me and likes to play with them. But when I tell her to stop and go home to sleep, she turns off the lights and walks away. But tonight she turned on all the lights, and when I told her to stop, she laughed at me and walked into our closet instead of going home. And now she doesn't want to leave, even though I want her to, and she made fun of me. My mum got out of bed and picked me up, and as she was carrying me back to my room, she quickly discovered that every light, every lamp, every ceiling light, even the pull chain lamp under the kitchen counter, they were all on. She took me to my room and laid me in bed and checked the closet just to make sure that Carolyn wasn't in there, and turned off the bedroom light so that my sisters wouldn't wake up. She went out into the hall and reached for the light switch, but before she could even touch it, every light in the house just went off. My mum was convinced that we had lost power, so she hit the light switch to check, and the whole light came back on like normal. As odd as it was, she just put it down to faulty electrics and went back to bed. As she laid in bed, the cigarette smell came back though, and she sat up trying to remember if she smelled it while dealing with me, or if she was just too preoccupied and freaked out to notice. While she was trying to remember, she heard the screen door to the back porch open and slam shut again. Of course, she knew that she had locked it before going to bed, so she wasted no more time and picked up the phone and called Uncle Randy, since this was before the prevalence of cell phones, and it wasn't like my stepdad would be able to make it from Arkansas back to Alabama in any time quick enough for the circumstances anyway. So, for 12 minutes, my mum just sat frozen in her bed, scared to move, listening for any other sign of an intruder or that of any of the three of us had woken up. Then she heard a car pull up into the driveway, followed by Randy banging on the screen door and yelling her name. She ran to the kitchen and threw open the back door, turned on the back porch light, and immediately saw it. Between her and Randy were about 20 burnt cigarette butts and cigarette ashes just strewn across the floor that she had just cleaned an hour before, and a locked screen door. So, to start, I need to give some background. I'm a male who lives in a relatively nice neighborhood. It's your average small-town run-of-the-mill suburbs area with a lot of people there. I'm a college kid who's home on break while my parents have gone away, which doesn't help at all. I also have a 2-story house, and I don't have a gun, or nor do I have any real weapons other than kitchen knives. I'm not on any medication, and I have no record of schizophrenia or any other mental illness. I barely have any relationships with my neighbors, most of whom are elderly, and the rest I have minimal contact with. I don't have any people in my neighborhood that I know of anyway who have any reason to attack or harm me too. So, let's get into what's happening. About 2 nights ago, I woke up very late in the night and I went to the bathroom to go and take a dump. Now, my 2nd-story bathroom has a window that can see the entirety of my backyard, but directly behind it is a cul-de-sac which you can see directly into. There's a group of trees and a pile of rocks and mulch that divides it. Usually I can see everything in my back room without turning anything on because lights from my neighbor's house dimly light the room. And as I'm using the toilet, I look outside and I notice there's a a car parked directly facing my house in the cul-de-sac. Now, if you've ever seen a cul-de-sac before, you would know that when you park, you always either park next to the curves or the sides of the street. This car was directly facing the curve behind my house, though. I thought that this was pretty strange, considering whoever parked must have been there to visit someone. But if that were the case, then why would they not have parked in one of the driveways? The people who lived behind me were both elderly too, so they probably didn't have some big block party I didn't know about or anything, and even then, only an idiot would park like that. As I stared into the car, I could distinguish a figure in the driver's seat, just sitting there. Since the lights were not on in my bathroom, whoever was in the car probably couldn't see me through that window. At this point, I was determined to see who the fuck was in there, so I went downstairs and got my binoculars from my dad's closet and went back to my bathroom to see who was there. Keep in mind that this is 3 in the fucking morning, and I mean, what person would be in their car just sitting there in the middle of the winter? Anyway, as I go into my bathroom, I looked outside to find nothing. The car had just since left. I thought it was a relief, seeing as I probably was just freaking out over nothing, and the person was just leaving whoever they were visiting or something. But then again, what are the odds that the moment that I notice the car, that's the moment that the person leaves? Either way, I finally calmed myself down and just went back to sleep. The next day, a mix of boredom and paranoia got the better of me, and I decided it was time for some investigation. I go to my backyard cul-de-sac to see if there was any trace of the person who was there last night, and there was nothing. I go to my neighbors to see if they had anybody over the other night. Maybe it would just clarify why the fuck somebody would be parked there in the first place. I asked both the owners of the 2 houses on the curves of the cul-de-sac, all of whom said that they didn't have any visitors, and I asked for the numbers and I left. This is when my paranoia really started to kick in a bit. This was a little messed up. I had no clue whether the person was coming back later, and I can't call the police as they won't respond to a complaint that isn't even valid. So I decided to wait until later to see if the person came back. I spent that night just talking with my college friends about it over a video chat, all of whom thought I was either making it up or just freaking out over nothing. I sign off and watch Netflix until it's pretty late. The entire time, I just kept thinking about looking at my window to check, but since my friends had told me that I was worrying about nothing, and also since I'm a bit of a coward, I must admit, I just never checked. Finally, the clock ticked 3:24 a.m., the exact time I woke up the night before, and I thought, fuck it, might as well check to be sure. And this is where I absolutely shit myself. The same exact car was parked, and there was a man in a black hoodie and a ski mask standing right next to it, just staring at my house. I immediately ran to get my phone and dialed my neighbors, none of which answered, mind you. I ran back to the window, only to see that he was now standing in my fucking backyard. This was no longer a burglary attempt, because if it was, he would be looking through my lower house windows trying to break in or something. This had to be some sort of stalker, I thought at this point. I decided fuck this and opened up my window and screamed at the top of my lungs, "Who the fuck are you?" There was no response, so I yelled, "I'm going to call the fucking police, get off my property." And finally, the man spoke. He said, "Have a nice day," in like a cheery way that a cashier at the store would say it when you're leaving. The man waltzed, and I mean literally waltzed like a happy cartoon character, back to his car and just left. Well, obviously, I called the police department immediately. They asked me if I had any friends who were trying to play a prank on me, and I said no. And like I said though, this town is relatively small and the police did jack shit. They told me that if it happens again to call them immediately. So, I'm shitting myself right now. It's currently 11 p.m. and God knows if he'll be back tonight. I'm going to be looking out my window all night, just waiting for him, and I'll keep you all in touch if anything happens. Wish me luck. Edit, 12:24 a.m. So, I'm currently staring outside looking out my window, just waiting for the man to come, and I've informed my neighbours about his arrival, and they told me that they're also on the lookout. I must admit that I feel pretty nervous, but at least I have my neighbours helping me out too, right? I just want this to be over, to be honest. 1:24 a.m. Nothing has shown up yet. I got a call from my mum about a half an hour ago, in fact. I haven't told them about any of the shit happening. I just told her that I loved her and hung up on the phone. My friends have been Snapchatting me though, asking me about this shit, and I said that I'll try to get a picture if I can. If I do, I'll make sure that I send it to you guys too. 1:34 a.m. So, the neighbours said that they see a car parked up the street from them. One of my neighbours who's in his mid-40s says that he's going to go check it out. My foot is tapping the floor like crazy now. 1:37 a.m. False alarm. Turns out it was just the car of a family who just got home. Fuck me though. This suspense is making me feel ill. 1:48 a.m. One of the neighbours says that he's going to sleep for the night. That's not good, but I just hope the rest of them hold out for me until the rest of the night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fall asleep at all tonight. I mean, I've already chugged 2 cups of coffee and I'm as alert as possible. 2:11 a.m. Hey, I was looking at my window when I heard something in the bushes of my backyard. I couldn't tell whether it was the guy, the wind, or just some stupid animal, so I shined and turned on the light in my backyard and saw nothing. I think this paranoia is starting to get to me. 2:17 a.m. Alright, it's official. I'm losing my shit here. I heard something crash in my kitchen and I ran down to see what was happening. Some pan had fallen off over from the shelf. Nothing notable, but it scared the absolute shit out of me. I went back upstairs to start looking out the window again at one of the streets right off my backyard, which is about 200 yards away, I'd say. Through the trees, I also saw a car at the corner flashing its brights repeatedly and then making a right, driving away from the street leading to my house. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but is this guy taunting me? 2:40 a.m. Hey, so I'm currently at my neighbour's house just staring into my backyard, the cul-de-sac. I walked out my back door and just sprinted and rang the doorbell as fast as possible. They saw me and opened the door immediately, luckily. It was honestly the scariest shit that I've ever done. I was worried that he was going to pull up any second, in fact. But now I might just wait and hope for the best, I guess. 2:51 a.m. So, nothing out of the ordinary has happened, but I am dreading what will happen at 3:24, though. I saw 2 cars pass by my house, though. I couldn't tell if they were the same car as the one the stalker was using, though. Also, I couldn't tell if it was the same car just passing by both ways. Is this guy playing tricks on my mind? I'm ready to dial 911 at any second. I called my parents too and told them what was happening, and they said that they'll be on their way home tomorrow. 3:01 a.m. Yeah, guys, this guy's definitely coming. A car came up the street on the cul-de-sac and started flashing its high beams again and left. He's definitely trying to fuck with my mind. Thank God I left the house, though, because the direction he's going is definitely coming back around to my house. Honestly, I'm pretty scared, and I'm not even in the house anymore. At the moment I even see him outside his car, I'm definitely calling the police. 3:11 a.m. So my neighbour and I both agreed that we're going to leave the house and drive to the police station as soon as we see him parked near my house. My heart is racing and I can't believe that I had just waited in my house alone for the past couple of hours. What the hell was I thinking? So, it's 3:20 a.m. now and still nothing yet. Even if he doesn't come though, I sure as hell am not going back. I'm not even sure if I'll stay here too. This is the scariest shit that's ever happened to me. 3:25 a.m. Guys, someone is parked in my fucking driveway. I'm getting the fuck out of here right now. I'll try to update you guys on my mobile or later when they arrest this guy, but I'm leaving now. 1:15 p.m. For those of you who are concerned, I'm alive. I went to the police station and I've been questioned and they're working on finding the guy. But they haven't found him yet, unfortunately, and I went to a hotel and got some sleep and I just woke up. I'll share more with you guys soon, but right now I'm just taking some time to get this sorted out. Oh, and thanks for the support, everyone.